Okay, now we are really good to go. Welcome, everyone, to our second committee of the whole meeting for the FY24 budget. It's May 4th, 2023, and I call this meeting to order. All counselors will be present. I believe Counselor Benton is just running a little bit behind. And there's Counselor Lewis. Okay, we are on our way. Members of the public, city staff, and media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this meeting will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tonight is the second of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on the city's operating budget. And tonight's meeting will focus on the city's physical goals budget, which includes animal welfare, aviation, environmental health, finance and administrative services, legal, municipal development, planning, solid waste, DTI, and transit. The council will hold a third committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, May 11th to consider amendments or to present the committee substitute. No live public comment will be taken at the May 11th meeting, although written comments will be accepted. At the end of the May 11th meeting, the budget as amended or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 15th City Council meeting for adoption. Live public comment and written comments will be accepted at the May 15th council meeting. We are going to now move on to public comment. Members of the public are able to address the committee if they've signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website. Zoom speakers will be moved into the meeting room and will remain muted with their camera turned off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and will have 2 minutes to provide comments. After that, they will again be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the committee members only through the chair. Any disruptive conduct or non-germane commentary will result in removal of the Zoom webinar. And I believe that some of our commenters probably didn't anticipate that we were going to push them to the front of the agenda tonight. So if they do come back later, then we're going to circle back and allow them to speak at an appropriate time. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Danielle Casey, followed by Rachel Biggs.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here with you this evening. As you can tell, I really intended to be there in person, but I know you all appreciate a healthy council chambers. So I just wanted to take the opportunity this evening on behalf of the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance to first thank the city for ongoing support through many decades and partnership. We are an organization that serves now the 4-county region and works to drive forward economic prosperity and growth to the community. And I simply wanted to highlight a couple of points and areas that we are already working on and can use additional city support in executing at a high level, which would include discussions related to urban core quality of life. Downtown Albuquerque, we've been working on some very big initiatives there. This is included in the city's social goals and physical goals. Trade missions out of town also included in those goals, as well as redevelopment areas. In 2021, we completed and approved a regional strategic plan. We have renamed our organization to reflect our regionalism, and we have, for the first time ever, created an avenue and a pathway for public sector involvement on our board of directors, and are very excited and very hopeful to see the city of Albuquerque have the ability to support us at a level commensurate with that ability and that service, so we can drive forward our regional strategic plan in a way that also adequately supports and complements your goals and priorities. I will leave it at that. Thank you all again so very much, and I wish you a very productive and wonderful meeting this evening.
Our next speaker is Rachel Biggs, followed by Susan Gorman.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Biggs with Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless. We're a health center serving approximately 5,000 people throughout Albuquerque every year. We are here to ask for your full support for full funding of the transit department budget and for $3 million for the continued success of the Zero Fares program. As Healthcare for the Homeless, we're seeing the impact of our community members being stretched very thin. We're seeing increasing numbers of people seeking our services and people living in poverty, and people in need of transportation support are growing. Our transit dependent residents, seniors, families, essential workers, and people with disabilities are directly benefiting from this transit service right now, and they deserve one less thing to worry about in the future. The previous process of supplying nonprofits with discounted bus passes cost nonprofits essential dollars and cost our clients valuable time and energy traveling all over town to secure a pass and then get on with their important activities of going to work, to school, and making essential medical appointments. We thank you very much for your consideration of this matter, and thank you for your time.
Susan Gorman.
Hello, everybody. My name is Susan Gorman, and I'm speaking for myself as a regular transit rider and also speaking as a climate activist and a member of the executive committee of the Central Group of the Sierra Club. I want to say I have two simple requests. One is please keep the zero fares, and the other is please fully fund the transit department. This is a city that needs to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, and the best way to do this is to get more people onto the bus rather than in their cars. And so that's my simple statement, and I hope you'll think about that.
Up next is Luis Colunga.
Yes, hello. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I just want to say, I'm a constituent of District 6, and want to ask everyone to support Zero Fares. I've been on the bus, and I've talked to people who are on the bus, and how I've asked them how Zero Fares has impacted them or their household, and most of pretty much all of the time. They've, positively said that Zero Fares has helped them, in their lives, impacted them, in different ways, from, access to opportunity, really. And yeah, and for me, it's really helped, just, getting home safely a lot of times, especially when I'm biking. So yeah, just want to lift up Zero Fares and hopefully see Albuquerque, keep Zero Fares.
Madam Chair, that concludes comment from everybody that's available. We'll have 3 more towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. If you just kind of give me a little nudge, if you have them come in at some point, we can hope they all 3 get here and we can hear them all at once. We are going to now move on to Mr. Lawrence Davis, the budget officer. I imagine that he has his team with him here as well. Mr. Davis will lead today's presentation overview of the physical goal department budgets. Is it just you today or Mr. Noel as well? Oh, there you are.
We're going to alternate like last time.
Okay, that's great.
Madam Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Noel. Counselors are going to have the opportunity to ask questions of each department after they're presented, just like last week. Mr. Davis?
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, you went over the fiscal goal departments, so we'll get started with the Office of Internal Audit. And like you said, I'll go over my general slide, and Marissa Vargas, Interim City Auditor, is here to represent the Office of Internal Audit, and she'll stand for questions after. For fiscal year 24, proposed general fund budget of $967,000, 8 general fund positions, and very simple department budget-wise. Not much going on. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $20,000 to support outside legal and technical review services. And Ms. Marissa Vargas is here for any questions, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Ms. Vargas.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. I don't know if you brought any other staff with you that you'd like to introduce.
No, not today.
Not tonight. Well, thanks to you and all of the others that are in internal audit for all that you do. Counselors, do you have questions? Counselor Grout.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can you tell me how the audit is going with the Gateway?
We scheduled that one to actually start in June.
Okay,
However, we also have the city clerk's work that we have to get done starting in June as well.
okay,
So we're still pursuing other opportunities to obtain support staff so that we don't have to delay the Gateway project anymore, but it's still on our to-do list.
okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is more for the administration. I just wanted to ask the administration why they told the AGO to hold off on hiring an auditor or even to promote the interim. I just wanted to know what's going on there and why we've been delayed in reference to getting an auditor position or getting that position filled.
Madam Chair, Counselor, let me get this right. I'm getting better at this, but again, Madam Chair, Counselor, I'm not aware that the administration has asked the AGO to hold on hiring an internal auditor or posting an internal auditor, but I'm happy to check with with my peers at the administration and also with HR and find out if there is a hold and any reason for that hold, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, we can ask HR here, right? Since HR is here.
We could ask the HR director, yes. Mr. Romero?
Chair Bassan, Councilor Sanchez, to my knowledge, there has been no hold on that internal auditor position at all. In fact, I spoke with Chairman Ed Perea about last week, and there was some question about possibly adjusting the salary for that position.
Okay, how long has it been that we've been without an actual auditor and Ms. Vargas has been doing a spectacular job, so how long has that been happening?
Chair and Counselor, it's been since the end of February. So
So
about 2 months.
about 2 months?
Yes.
Okay, I was just curious is what's the next step? And if there is one, you know, we have these bills that are going to be coming up in reference to these positions. I'd really like to see some movement in that area.
Chair Bassan, Councilor Sanchez, the IA internal audit has a senior HR analyst assigned to that office. And as soon as we get the green light to post that position, we will do so immediately.
And who handles the light switch?
We'll get that go-ahead from either the interim internal auditor or Chairman Perea or somebody from the AGO committee.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind letting us know, since we have timely legislation that we're working on in reference to that, it would be really helpful to this council.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Sorry.
Yes,
it's
yes, Ms.
Stephanie.
Yara.
If I could just add to that. So, Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, there's actually a process that the AGO committee has to go through. They must post the position, get some applicants and interview them, and then they need to bring 3 names to this council for confirmation. So that process lies with the AGO committee, and they can get that going anytime they want.
So, Mr. Romero, Ms. Yara, so as of now, AGO committee has not begun any of that process to the best of our knowledge. Is that correct?
Chair Bassan, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor Sanchez, do you have anything further?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking with the AGO as myself, he's the one that told me that HR had asked them to hold off.
Chair Bassan, Councilor Sanchez, that is not the conversation I had with Chairman Perea.
Okay. Well, we need to figure something out then.
I will give him a buzz this week.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one final question about salary. Is this position, the auditor's position, is it paid fairly?
I suppose that's a matter of opinion. I know that there was some analysis done on 10 cities that were provided by the city economist, and the previous city auditor did some analytics and also found that it's a little bit underpaid if comparable to the market. And then in comparison with other directors within the city, it is also underpaid.
Okay. So you're under,
The position itself,
is under?
depending on the analysis,
Okay.
it looks like it's not in alignment with market pay or within other city departments.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you. I understand that there is no funding for continuing education. Do you need continuing education? Is it important?
Yes.
It's important?
Counselor, per government auditing standards, we're supposed to obtain about 80 CPE every 2 years. So it is imperative in the work that we do that we obtain continuing professional education. It is easier to obtain training in business topics, but when it comes to IT and cybersecurity, it's a little bit more pricey, and that's why the last 2 years we have requested additional funding.
Do you need some additional funding?
Counselor, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Vargas, how much is that IT funding?
I'm sorry?
How much is the IT cybersecurity funding for the continuing education?
I think we would like to request about $12,000.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No, Madam Chair, good.
We had a duplicate. Any other counselor questions? I do have, can you tell me, Ms. Vargas, approximately, how many hours of legal services do you need per month, or whatever metric you can use? So when you have to use city legal, how many hours do you use from them?
Off the top of my head, I've only been in this position the past 2 months, so we haven't had to utilize it before. In previously acting as a city auditor, I did have to reach out to legal, and I would say it was about 10 to 20 hours a month.
Okay. And then, did you use, so you have a reduction in the technical review and outside legal services from 22,500 to 20,000 in this, so far, the proposed budget. Is that what you typically will use per year for? It's for two things, right? So it's 10,000 and 10,000 is what I understand?
Chair Bassan, correct. About 10,000 each.
Okay. All right, counselors, any other questions for IA? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Noel?
Thank you, Chairperson. Madam Chair. Next up, we have the Office of Inspector General. Melissa Santastevan, Inspector General. The FY24 proposed general fund budget is $639,000 with 4 general fund positions. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $20,000 for outside legal services, general training, and supplies.
Ms. Santisteban, welcome. Thank you, Mr. Noel. I don't know if you brought anybody that you'd like to introduce.
Today, I do have Peter Pacheco with us. He's our lead investigator in the
Thank
Office
you
of
very
Inspector
much.
General.
Thank you for being here as well, Mr. Pacheco. All right, counselors, questions for the IG? Counselor Grout.
I have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. How many hours do you track, how do you track attorney hours?
So we do not track attorney hours. I did reach out to the attorney's office yesterday to see if I could acquire the number of hours that were spent on legal services, and it became a little bit difficult to get. We did obtain some information, but it may not be complete because the consistency with which the time is tracked is not there. So we actually go all the way back to 2015 right now, and what I show as of today is that we have anywhere from 7 hours in 2015 to 62.6 hours in 2019. And this fiscal year, currently, we have 20.2 hours logged for the fiscal year 2023 currently.
Thank you.
And is it Ms. Keefe here? Oh, she is. Oh, I was looking and looking for you. Hello. Thank you. Ms. Keefe, can you tell us how hours are tracked for department use or how that works when it comes to legal?
Actually, I have my deputy is here with me.
Okay.
I think she can speak to that.
Thank you very much. Welcome. If you'll just tell us your name, even though we will get to your welcome officially. Love to hear.
Go into any department.
That's great, thank you.
Ms. Jackson, can we go ahead and request that now? Not
Yes,
for you to
ma'am.
provide right now, but can I please request that we get for the hours used for IG's office and IA's office, how much city legal or from the conflict council list or however we need to do with that, whatever you can provide for that number?
Yes, Counselor Bassan, how long would you like that to be searched for? The last year?
Sure. Let's
Okay.
do the last year so that we can
Gotcha.
get a decent average. That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, other questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question probably for the admin. I see that the salary on the Inspector General has remained flat, and we're not really in a competitive mode with other directors, and perhaps not outside of the city. Can you give a little bit of background on why that salary level is maintained at the same level?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, council has, right, you have ordinance before you or law before you that you're evaluating opportunities to, or ways to review that and come forward with recommendations. And it is within council to propose changes to that salary structure now. AGO and council can make those recommendations, but the administration has not proposed any changes to that structure in the last several years.
Counselor Benton.
So, seeing as how the legal standing opinion about the council being involved in contract negotiations and the council's role at the AGO, I think we have to acknowledge is very limited. What is discussed at the AGO is very limited in that it's directly affecting union negotiations. And I'm just going to repeat something one more time. I probably said it at least once in the last 3 years, each time, is that AGO needs to convene prior to the commencement of any union negotiation, any contract negotiation. Am I incorrect, Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, so the Guidelines for Negotiation Committee would, yes, that is the proper time for the Guidelines Committee to meet.
Prior to commencement?
Yes, so there's a notification that occurs with the request to open negotiations, and that should trigger the Guidelines Committee meeting. And in the past, you're correct that that has not always been the case.
That has not functioned. Just everyone out there in the public, anyone who wants to know, anybody in the administration or the council wants to know, that has not functioned in my time on the council. That's a real problem. Because we have a role, we have a limited role. We have a role as to what's the best policies and path for the city. And that's where those discussions should occur. And I'm not knocking this administration. The others haven't been any different. They ignore it. And, you know, to do mea culpa, we have ignored it. I mean, as a council, it's like, but we don't have access to the schedule the way the administration has. They're the ones doing the negotiation. Therefore, they're the ones that should be saying to the council, very simply, a little memo, we're going into negotiations, let's plan our meeting of the committee. Yeah. And so I'm going to say that one more time, but we ought to think about what we're doing with regard to these type of contract discussions. And it pains me when it's just one more example. So, thank you.
Counselors, any other questions? Ms. Santisteban, is the $125,000 for outside legal counsel being requested to share with IA?
It's being requested to share with IAAGO and the IG's office. Because we both fall under the AGO, we believe it's relevant for them to have the same legal counsel that we have. And so we would say that it would need to be covered under the same pocket of money as well.
Okay. And then how many tips do you get reported on 311?
This year, 8. How many in the past? We would get, last year, between October, the time we started tracking the information, and June was 89. We would see sometimes upwards of 30 and it just depended on the month. I also think we ought to actually put that caveat in there that last year was an election year. Could have also had an increase in there because of that, but we have seen upwards of 30 or 40. But this year, from July 1st through now, we've had 8 with numerous months at 0.
Okay. And who typically provides legal counsel for other IG offices in general?
In general, so I did a survey of about 9 different city-only IG offices, and although they do utilize the city attorney, they also have the ability to go out and hire outside legal counsel at their discretion if there's a conflict of interest. There were 2 on that list who have their own internal legal counsel for the IG's office, completely separate of city legal.
Okay. So I'm just gonna throw this out there for informational purposes and kind of like a heads up to the admin that it's come to my attention, and I think to several other counselors, that the salaries of certain roles, including the IG and the IA, and I'm gonna say the OEI, division director, manager, somebody, they're very different. And it is a concern to me, so I would really like to see, and I would like to truly request right now, that you please provide us with a list of tasks, and this is for IG, IA, and for the OEI director, a list of tasks, of jobs that they do, and their major accomplishments. Because I think that it would be really good to. With that, I don't have any more questions for IG at this time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, next department, Department of Municipal Development, Mr. Patrick Montoya, Director. FY24 proposed general fund budget of $38.4 million, 226 general fund positions. All-inclusive other funds at $14.9 million, 109 positions. In the general fund specifically, it includes a budget reduction of $410,000 for 8 communication center specialist positions transferred to the General Services Department. Non-recurring carry forward of $200,000 for the Westgate Community Center Phase 2. And finally, Automated Speed Enforcement Fund 289 at $4.9 million contractual service reduction to align budget with expected revenue. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Montoya is here and his team to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Welcome, Director. If you'll please come down and join us and take a minute to introduce the team that you brought with you tonight.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I'll start at this end. New to her role, but not to the department, Christina Owens is our new fiscal manager. Christine Ching, who you're very familiar with, is an associate director. and manages our capital program and the capital budget itself. Fairly new to the department, Jennifer Morrow is a deputy director that oversees all of our engineering, the traffic divisions within DMD. And lastly, but not last, is Jennifer Turner that manages the CIP program, basically all of the vertical projects that take place throughout the city, as well as our parking division and the real property division. With that, Madam Chair, we stand for any questions that the council might have.
Director, thank you. Ladies, thank you for being here. Director, you sound like me when I'm counting my children when I go places. I always have to be able to count to 4. So I have a lot of questions in my notes from briefings, so just please buckle up. I'm going to let the counselors start and hope that they can end up clearing some off. Counselor Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you, Director. Just your plans for, I guess, how this is reflected in the budget and your plans over the next year for handling the roadway crack repairs, specifically on the west side where we have more of that issue, and then also the striping and also the weed control, which we're going to come up on that season here pretty soon.
And we're prepared to answer that question, and I'd like to give the chance to the Deputy Director to answer that. I have most of the answers, but I want to give her a fair shot at it, if you'd like.
Hi there, Councillor Lewis and Madam Chair. So in regards to the crack control, we do realize that that is an issue. Definitely on the west side, we see it a lot more, and the roads that went in between 1995 and about 2010, 2015 are the ones that seem to have these issues the most. At this time, we are looking at doing crack sealing as a kind of temporary fix to bridge us across until we can do an actual pavement replacement. And we're going through and systematically doing that. We do have a pavement condition index where we've evaluated all the streets, and we're utilizing that to help us identify the roads and to prioritize. And as we have funding and staffing and paving contractors available, we are trying to do a permanent fix. But in the meantime, we are looking at doing crack sealing to get us through.
Great. And so so specifically in my district, you have an assessment and a priority list on each road in the district, correct?
We have that for the entire city. That is correct.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. And so, but again, specifically in my district, you would have a list of, okay. And then you have a schedule. So there's a schedule on when generally the plan is to hit those, to either repair seal the crack or repair the whole street. But there is a.
We have a 5-year plan that we look at. We do have items that we know are past that 5-year plan, but then we only plan for within that shorter term. And one of the reasons we do just a 5-year plan is because we have a lot of roads. Like if we have a lot of snow or various conditions, they can create where one street all of a sudden deteriorates much quicker than anticipated, and that'll change our priority list.
So say there's a roadway right now, somebody brings your attention to a road, a specific road, and hey, pretty good sized cracks in that road, and you'd be able to say, with this specific road, here's the current assessment on it, here's when it's projected to be fixed, there's a general timeline, and then and even maybe a possibility of coming out and looking at it again and saying, hey, this is actually maybe worse than we thought it was, we can move it up a little higher. Is that the process, or is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then one of the things I heard is that let's say one is scheduled to be repaired, like say next week, but you're also another 4 months or so out because of shortages, I guess labor shortages. Is that correct?
We tend to have a struggle with, one of it's just paving contractors. We are in competition with Bernalillo County as well as with NMDOT. I actually just met with them earlier today, and we were all saying that we're kind of seeing the same issue with paving contractors and having the availability to do the work we need, combined with funding, and between those two, it seems like we often don't get as much as we'd want to get done. Escalating prices means that our dollars aren't going as far as we would hope.
And are most of the crack sealing or repairing, is that contracted out, most of that?
Yes,
Okay,
that
all right.
is also contracted out, yes.
And then what is the funding issue? You mentioned there might be a funding issue to that.
Well, the funding issue comes along the fact that we're seeing escalating prices, so it's not going as far as we were seeing before.
Right, so is it not completely funded? Say this year, the funding for your schedule this next year, is it completely funded according to what you think rising inflation is going to be?
Yes, we have fit our schedule to meet based on our budget.
Okay, so this
at
budget
time.
reflects that you're not going to have any funding issues then this
Right,
next year?
yeah.
Okay.
What we're doing this year, we have it funded, and we anticipate, as long as bids come in reasonably, we anticipate getting all of our projects that we have out for bid, that we have the money.
Okay, so
to
we shouldn't
get
have
them
any
done.
funding issues this year, and then if there, as far as inflation, you're anticipating any kind of rise of costs, and it should be reflected in this budget, correct?
Well, once we get the bids back, like right now, we are bidding out a mill and inlay on the projects, and when we get those bids back, we'll see if those fit within the budgetary, our preliminary engineering estimates. So that's the question we have at this time, is how well.
Are we doing that work every day? Is that work going on right now? Are we filling those cracks on my district right now?
We do have a list of crack sealing that we're doing, yes.
That we are doing right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, just real quick. We maintain 4,400 road miles or street miles within the city of Albuquerque. And the bulk of our funding comes from the quarter cent tax. That generates roughly $38 million a year. We split that with transit, so our take on that is about 19. We have some overhead with that, but that is the bulk of it. A good portion of it comes out of the bond proceeds. And then we've got the gasoline tax, and then a little out of the operating budget.
Okay, and Director, but it is funded though, right? I mean, we got,
Madam
I just
Chair,
want to make sure
and-
we're planning for these things, and we got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I remember there was a time when it was so bad in some of the areas on the west side. I mean, we're talking about you could walk in these cracks, you know, it's just, and I understand the history of it and the type of material and the type of ground that we're putting it on, but there was a time, and not too long ago, where I think this council budgeted about $6 million just to attack that, you know, and over a course of time, we did that. And so I just need some direction from you if you feel like that's needed again, and we need to put a good amount of resources in to be able to take care of that. So, I mean, and look, there's a lot of great problems and challenges in our city, and I could make the case, and a lot of people could make the case that that's just a big priority. You know, it's a real eyesore, and not only that, the wear and tear on vehicles and just the quality of life of that is pretty frustrating. So anyway, if we need to have a concerted effort and a help from this council to be able to knock some of those things out, and certainly the weed control as well. I know we eventually get to all of it, but it becomes for a good portion of the year, you know, it becomes something that's quite a frustration. And again, I know you're knocking it out, and you got the contractors that are knocking it out, and if there's anything we can do to help and foresee some of those things and be able to tackle it, you know, I know you'll let us know.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, thank you.
Director, on that note with sealing cracks, at what point is there so many cracks in a road that you repave it? Because I'm going to take this because Councilor Lewis started this conversation, but there is one in my district that I swear every 6 inches, there is a new seal to where it is more turbulent probably than potentially leaving the cracks to begin. Like, at what point does it just get repaved?
Madam Chair, so we'll take a first stab at the crack seal. We'll see whether or not that is going to fix the problem. In some areas it does. It gets us through the summer months, right into where we're in a position where, you know, it pretty much is taking care of itself. At some point, however, when we realize that that is not the case, then we would look at a complete rehab of the street.
Thank you, Director. Just know that I would consider it a rumble strip
Okay.
at this point. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, thanks so much, and thanks to your staff. I will say, this department manages more probably calls from city councilors and our staff and our folks than probably any other in the city, and you do it politely every time, even though you don't always love it. But thanks. I wanted to bring up 2 questions in response to responses.
Okay.
Just to clarify. The NTMP program, Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, always a hot topic for city councilors. It's one of those where neighborhoods can sort of propose their own changes to address perceived traffic issues. The responses were that there were 73 completed applications over the last 3 fiscal years. That's not a ton, that's about 25 or so per year. And there's some data in here about of the 22 that are remaining, how many are in what status. But do we know, like, what is the time for the successful applications? What is our current timeline between application on average and completion? I know they vary, we have a lot of different projects, but.
So, Madam Chair and Councilor Davis, I'm going to answer part of that, and I'll ask Ms. Morrow to come up. I know that this has been an issue for council for the last couple of years, and if you remember correctly, you actually drafted legislation and passed it that created the positions and roughly $250,000 per year that funds that program. We established two positions that were extremely hard to fill over the last year and a half. I'm happy to say that we have now filled both of those positions. They're both M14s. We're relocating both of the individuals to the RTMC, the Regional Transportation Management Center. So we will no longer need to contract that service out. We were using Wilson Engineering, I believe, to help conduct those studies. Based on that, we think that we're going to have a more effective program in how we administer the neighborhood traffic management plan. And for some members on the council, if you'll remember, about 4 years ago, we changed the criteria to make it a little easier for neighborhoods to qualify to have those measures placed in their neighborhoods. So I think that we're going to start to see a little change in how we administer the program, how effective it is, and how we're able to get those services out to those neighborhoods that are requesting. Now, not every neighborhood is going to qualify. As you know, there's a certain percentage of the homeowners that need to actually want and warrant those speed bumps or speeding measures that are in those neighborhoods. But as we address those, we think that we can get them out much quicker than before. I'll ask Jennifer if she has a time frame, but I think that anywhere from, we were looking at 6 to 9 months on average. That may be a little too long, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I'm missing anything with that.
That might be ambitious by my recollection, and that would certainly be an achievement if that's true.
Director Montoya actually answered that quite well, and where you're referring to where it might be a little bit ambitious, I think a lot of our issue was the fact that we were behind on staffing, and as he said, we have caught up with staffing. That is, I think, a good timeline. To give an extra specific timeline often depends a lot on whether we're just doing speed bumps or we're looking for something more significant, how extensive of a traffic study we have to do. So everyone is kind of special and independent, so giving one timeline, but I think an average of 6 to 9 months is just a generic, is probably a pretty reasonable estimate.
Thank you, and that's a great improvement from where we started, and it's the reason we did these improvements, and I really appreciate that the DMD initiated on their own to go back and look at the old projects that didn't qualify and see if they would under the new standard. That was proactive and greatly appreciated. Madam Chair, if I could just ask maybe if the department could give us a more specific answer to that before we get back to the committee sub in case we need to look at the budget for that program, basically on timelines of how long that's taking. For current, say, in the projects in the last year, sort of how long that's taken. That would be really helpful to help us know if we're hitting our marks there. Madam Chair, if I may, I have one other on a different topic. And also, Director, thank you. Solar-powered streetlights. The department indicated in response to a question about transitioning the remaining of our streetlights, about solar-powered streetlights, that is outside of its purview and has to go to GSD now. Why is that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Davis, I'm not, I'll try to answer that. So installation of streetlights is still part of DMD's responsibility.
And apologies, Director, that's still a Dalkia contract, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, of course, the Energy and Efficiency Department is in GSD. Safe and his team looks at that. But when it comes to streetlights throughout the city, we use either or. The traditional streetlights that are powered by the utility or the solar lights. And we've tested solar lights, a lot of them in your council district. Right. They prove to be effective and much cheaper than a regular standard streetlight.
And Madam Chair, if I could add one more glowing recommendation to that, like they're effective, they're cheaper, and they get installed faster. So all those things. And so we were just surprised to note that someone mentioned that that was a GSD thing. I wonder if the department could just revisit that response, give us a little more information maybe about sort of, I think the Dalkia transitions have long been done, but if this is in adding additional ones and maybe what that process looks like and sort of what that cost is now sort of for adding those lights, I think would help us at the council level help determine how to use that money more efficiently or add it if we need some more. Because I know Councilor Pena has a lot of gaps. Some of our older neighborhoods have lots of gaps and we'd like to be able to continue to improve those. Thanks for your help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, just one other note for Councilor Davis, but we would ask all of the councilors to visit a new measure that we're using. Instead of speed bumps, we're sort of speed tablets or rubberized. We've installed the first in Councilor Pena's district on Atrisco, just a little south of Central. They seem to be very effective, a little cheaper to install, and much easier for a fire truck or even a police vehicle to go through those. So if you have the opportunity to look at them, it's something that's working really well in that neighborhood, and we're hoping to test it in others as well.
Director, did you say that's a speed tablet or
It's
table?
almost like a speed tablet. It's three sections, but it's rubberized instead of asphalt. And there is a little opening in between. So they're more effective and less expensive. And neighbors seem to be happy with them at this point.
If you can send some information over at some point, that would be great.
And again, it's probably about a half mile just south of Central on the Atrisco.
Well, I mean, I can go and check it out, but if you can also send over if there's literature
Sure.
on how they work and, you know, that would be great for us to have as well. Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions, if I may, Madam Chair. First, the role of the Vision Zero coordinator. The Vision Zero coordinator, as I understand it, has been put in charge of the automatic speed enforcement, general management, correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, so the Vision Zero coordinator, her primary role is to implement the program and expand it. We have hired an individual that is 100% responsible for the automated speed enforcement program. He reports to the Vision Zero coordinator, but his role is to collect the data, to take the phone calls, to work with the company that we use. So we have two individuals. We are looking at filling a third position that will sort of complement both of those positions.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Director, because, you know, that position of Vision Zero, you know, before there was Vision Zero, the city of Albuquerque had complete streets.
Correct.
You know, under the previous administration. And, you know, I was proud to be a part of that. And we've moved that ball forward, and I appreciate that. And it's been taken seriously by your department. I really appreciate that. But that combined with the Vision Zero program, I would hope that the person in charge would be focused on that larger, long-range picture than, you know, the operation of the speed.
Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, the individual that we hired has been extremely, she's talented, very knowledgeable, and has done a really good job for us in the last probably 14 months or so. And if you look at the response to the question that's in the handout, you know, from the council questions, you'll see that there's probably about 2.5, 3 pages that were developed by the Vision Zero coordinator. So you can actually see her talent at work just by the response.
Great. This is all good stuff, you know. I think the fact that whenever we do a major road rehab, not just talking about crack sealing, but doing actual resurfacing and mill and overlay and so forth, that we have a committee of folks, interjurisdictional, who take a look at our plans. And I appreciate the transparency from your department, that they're able to look at those and give suggestions. I know that you probably don't have no obligation to take all of their suggestions, but nonetheless, this is really good progress. Second question, if I may, Madam Chair. So my other question is entirely different. It has to do, and I heard that Ms. Turner is above the role of the, I guess, the building construction, the vertical.
Yes.
I'm assuming that means buildings.
Correct.
For the most part. But so having a background in that, I have certain questions about that. The role of the city architect, and I ask you, Mr. Director, because I didn't know who the city architect was, because I never heard much about any role that he has taken in the recent past. But the role of the city architect, when I was a contractor to the city as an architect, so going back to my previous life, my feet and my company's feet were held to the fire with regard to cost control on, I'm talking about building construction projects. I'm not an engineer. although some of you think I am, but I really don't think I am. But in terms of architectural projects, I worry about some of the numbers that I'm hearing about what we're paying, okay? Not only for construction, but for the professional contractors who are designing the construction. When I was an architect, there was a curve. And if it was a $100,000 project, then yeah, you got 12% of the project. But if it was a $15 million project, you got much less. I hear people tossing around the numbers, oh, well, for design, it's 10%. I'm going, okay, well, yeah, if it's some small project. But for some of the scale of projects that are going on, I mean, in every district, but where it's, this was something that was general, it was regular practice of the city and the state, had their own, it was laid out according to the complexity of the project, that was a factor. Or if it was a remodel, that was a factor, you got paid more for a remodel, that's more complex per square foot or per dollar spent. But I really worry about some of the things I'm hearing, and I'm just saying, not from your department, but maybe from other departments about what they're being told or what they're expecting out of their capital projects. This is a big, big deal. And then, of course, the delivery method of building construction projects. The old thing was city advertises it, people respond, it's bid, and then the low bidder, typically with the low bidder, would construct it. And, you know, times are changing. And look, I'm not trying to cut out our union friends. I'm a union man till the day I die, all right? But on some projects, we've got to be able to use different delivery methods so the city can just afford the damn thing. Anyway, interest in your comments, and then we'll let you go.
All right. Madam Chair and Councilor Benton, and I've known you long enough to think of you as an engineer sometimes more than an architect. So. But with that in mind, let me just briefly explain the role of the architect, the city architect, and then Ms. Turner's here to elaborate if I've missed anything. So back when I was CIP official, we've always had the city architect within DMD or in Public Works. At that time, it was George G., and he was responsible for not only serving the role as city architect, but at that time, we had him as the lead project manager, so he actually worked on a lot of the large projects. Jerry Francis is the current city architect. We have now, within the last few months, or within the last month probably, separated his role so he will no longer manage those projects as intensely as he was before, nor will he manage staff. We've now hired a senior project manager whose responsibility is to oversee all projects that are managed by that group and then manage the staff that's within that group as well. So I think what we're hoping to do is to evolve into a different role for the city architect that actually looks at all of the proposals that come in, looks at the fees, the schedule, scope of service, those types of things, and is able to negotiate any prices or time frame or any of those sort of things down to a scale that we might be more comfortable with. The thing that's hurting us now, and I think you hear it day in and day out, is just the labor costs and the material costs and what that does to, to our fees. But just to stop there, we are aware that the city architect was doing something much different, or not as much as he should have been doing as the city architect. We're changing his role along those lines.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to pick a fight between architects and engineers, but I happen to think we know more about, general building construction management, right? And my point is, I think what you say is historically true, and that's a problem with the city building program. I'm talking about building, not roadway or anything else, civil engineering. But I really worry because we've had some blockbuster projects lately, and we have other ones in the works. I mean, the Central Avenue crossing, that's not an architecture project. But these things have to be, in my mind, the professional consultants that the city hires, and this is the way it always was for me, so I just want it to be like that for everybody else, that the professional consultant that the entity hires, the public entity, is contractually required to with some, it's up to us how stringent those requirements need to be with regard to cost control. But and then also with the whole challenge to your department of hiring people, and I'm sure you've got a great staff to the extent you've been able to recruit one, but we know there's a manpower problem. I think that's all the more reason that construction management should largely be put on the architect. That was the way it used to be, bidding even, all right? And the details of the construction documents. We're mostly on the architect, and of course, the city architect served as the client, but also when I was first hired to do a project, he held my feet to the fire on my own fees. And I had to, we had a fair negotiation. We looked at the chart. Well, this one's more complicated. I'd like to get a little more. There was a good give and take with the professional community. I don't know how this stuff is working now, but when I hear the numbers thrown around, I really get alarmed. Enough said.
Okay.
Madam Chair and Councillor Benton, thank you for the excellent questions you've raised about the construction market right now and the prices that we're seeing. $500 a square foot does not go away as far as it used to go. And so in the past year, since I've been at DMD, we've really tried to be proactive in adopting some new project delivery methods. As you noted, design, bid, build, where you design it, get it approved, and then go out to bid isn't working as well in this market. And what we've heard from industry is that contractors want to be involved earlier on in the design process so we can identify constructability issues. If we design with a material that it will take 2 years to build, we don't want to find that out months into the construction process. And so working with our architects and our engineers who also want contractors on board early on to advise on some of these issues, we have started implementing several construction manager at risk projects at the airport, the Central Crossing that you referred to. We went out for Jack Candelaria Boxing Gym a few weeks ago as a CMAR, and then we have another one coming out next week. So we're trying to listen to industry and trying to be innovative regarding our construction project delivery methods. And so far it's been successful. And we're also using on-calls, which is where we have a pool of contractors available to quote projects immediately instead of having to go to the journal. And there we are also bringing them in on some of the smaller projects to advise, to provide kind of design assist during the design process. And we're hoping that will help bring some costs down and save some time on our projects.
Thank you, Ms. Turner, for that. And I'm just saying, there are a lot of factors in the dollars per square foot. There are union contracts and there are non-union contracts. There's MRA projects where there can be different delivery methods on MRA. So if a department's project fits within that, why would they not be going through the MRA without the MRA having to put up money or anything, just going through that entity to get something built for $300 versus $600? And these are actual figures that I was quoted, that seem reliable from people in the administration and in the industry. So anyway, thank you. I won't belabor the point.
Councillor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Director. I just have concerns about the stormwater inspections. I know that we are down to 1 inspector, and we have, I believe, funded for 3. You're not having much luck filling those roles. I don't see a increase in here to increase the pay for those folks. So what is the plan to keep us in compliance and make sure that the stormwater that's making its way back into the Bosque is safe?
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeble-Corn, this is the special response for today. So we have 4 storm water inspectors and 1 supervisor. I'm happy to say that we have now filled 3 of the inspector positions. I signed off on a couple just the last day or so, I believe. The challenge that we've had recently is that as we created this new pay equity, the supervisor position actually now gets paid less than the inspectors. So we're working closely with HR to bring that level or that position and the salary that goes with it to something above what the inspectors are making. So we should have, by the end of the month, 3 filled inspector positions. We still have 1 that's posted, and we're just getting ready to re-advertise the supervisor position itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's really exciting news. Since you answered our questions, you've actually hired 2 people.
We
That's
have.
impressive. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, counselors, any other questions? Counselor Pena.
I was trying to refrain from asking too many questions, but since we're on the topic that Counselor Benton was talking about, what kind of methodology was used when you were around, when Marty Chavez was around, weren't you?
Yes.
You know, this is very reminiscent of the median landscaping. I was just a community person at the time, but every time we were advocating for money and going up to Santa Fe to get money for median landscaping, we had this range of the same kind of median. You know what I'm talking about. And the median would range from $500,000 to $2 million, right? So the administration, whoever within the administration came up with the idea is that they, rather than going out to design and all this stuff for every single median, came up with kind of a design for medians. And now I think it's still applicable that like every half a mile a median is, I'm sure the price has gone up a bit since then, but it's like a $500,000 per median. Is there anything that we can do like that with the construction costs? Because now, similar to what Councilor Benton is saying, I'm hearing amounts, it's kind of like when we were doing the visitor center. Obviously, that's a county project and, you know, got beat up in the paper because, you know, the rising cost of the visitor center. Well, I wasn't rising the cost. Every time we'd finally get all the money together and they'd say, okay, well, it's going to cost this much. Then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, no, you know, construction costs and this and that. So it went up like 8 million. It just kept going up. And that's very similar to some projects that I'm hearing about that we're trying to construct now is that, you know, nope, price is going up. Nope, need more money. And so, and this is the Westgate Community Center, you know, I last year advocated for some money in Santa Fe. We needed the $4 million to get it all constructed from all phases. And so I'm like, hooray, and we got it. And then came back and the cost almost doubled. So is there any, you know, methods that we can use to try to kind of do something similar to that in terms of just, you know, the cost is just, I mean, we're doing these capital budgets and sometimes you look at it from one year to the next in terms of what we can buy for the same amount of dollars. It's just through the roof.
Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, so let me address the median portion first, and then I'll have Ms. Turner come up if I missed anything. So we still use the prototype program for the medians. As a matter of fact, we have just put out, we are looking for another architectural firm, a landscape architectural firm that will actually develop new prototypes that we can use throughout the city. So we're in the process of selecting an architectural firm, a landscape architectural firm that can do that for us. We still look at, you know, we have a plan in place. I think in our bond program, we're asking for $2.5 million this year for medians throughout the city. So I'm going to say that at one point it was 500,000 per mile is what we were averaging. It's gone up a little bit more than that, I'm sure. But all of the medians that we use throughout the city are fully landscaped based on, if they're going to be irrigated, by the prototype that we're currently using, which in most cases the neighborhood is the one that selects those. There are 2 ways that we look at medians. One, if it's a unlandscaped median that is existing now, then that falls under the CIP program with Mark Motzko. If it's a new median in a street that's just newly constructed, such as West Side Boulevard in Councilor Lewis's district, then we include the funds as part of that project. So West Side Boulevard will be landscaped as part of the West Side extension. And then if a median needs to be maintained or rehabbed, then that usually falls on the shoulders of solid waste. Matthew Whalen is the director for that program. So they'll go in and retrofit if it's the irrigation system, if it needs additional landscaping of some sort, if the trees need to be trimmed. So those are the 2 ways that we handle medians throughout the city.
Madam Chair. So I guess I really wasn't talking about the medians. I was
Okay.
actually just talking about ways how to have some cost saving because I used the example of the medians
Okay.
as that was how it was just so out of hand that every single median had a whole different price. And it seems as though when I'm talking about particular projects, whether it be the Westgate Community Center or the fire station, it depends. Like, do you do, I think you were saying about an on-call. Is there some firm that we can just contract with to do some design or have a handful of contractors so that we can kind of know what those costs are going to be when we're designing projects?
Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, I'll let Ms. Turner address that, but we do that for AFR. So a lot of our fire stations, we have a prototype that we use, Fire Station 9, Fire Station 12, Fire Station 23 possibly are prototypes. Community centers, senior centers.
Now I'll turn it over to Director Whalen for any questions.
Director, welcome.
Council Chair and Councilors, thank you.
Hey,
for having
Director,
us.
we didn't keep you here till the last.
Oh, yeah, last year I
feel
was
like-
last.
Please
all right.
introduce the people you brought with you.
So today, Council Chair and Council members, I have my Fiscal Manager, Lawrence Maldonado. I have my Associate Director, who at one time was the Director of Solid Waste, Joe Holbert. And I have my Deputy Director, who's been with the city for a long time in several different departments, Billy William Gallegos.
Thank you for being here and taking time to share in this fun with us. Counselors, question for solid waste? Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Whelan, I just got a couple of questions. First one is, I just wanted to know what the full breakdown is on the pilot project for the shopping carts. I did give you a call in reference to noticing that a shopping cart did get crushed by a rear packer right in front of my my office. The shopping cart was brand new. Just wanted to make sure we're doing the right things in reference to these shopping carts. So if you can give me a breakdown on that and see what's going on, please.
Council Chair and Councilor Sanchez, thank you for the question. Yep, we started our pilot program, and we've to date collected over 2,500 carts. All of these carts are fully operable carts. I do understand that you saw one that was crushed. That shouldn't be happening. We've done with our pilot program two things. We have 2 vendors that we're using to calculate all the data over the last 4 months, and we've done that. We're working with the Retail Association, plus we're also working with all the retailers to try and get them their carts back so that we can fulfill what you put forward for us to come up with a plan on how we move forward. Several of the retailers have started to incorporate their own vendor to pick up their carts for us. And so because of that, it'll help us as we move forward. The fact that you saw a cart get crushed, that shouldn't be happening. We've told our vendors that they're only supposed to pick up carts that are abandoned. And then our Clean City crew, they pick up carts that are part of an encampment. And so those ones, we look at them because some of the vendors don't want them back. And so when it comes to those, if we have to destroy them, we will.
Okay, thanks for checking on that. That cart that I saw was pretty much brand new. I think it could have been returned to the vendor. But if you're making sure that these gentlemen that are, or these ladies and gentlemen that are out there dealing with these carts and picking them up, I think it was not the vendor that picked it up. It was one of the other individuals.
Council Chair and Council Sanchez, yes. And using this pilot program, over 98% of the carts we've picked up are reusable.
Thank you. I also have another question, Madam Chair. There's a median that I had called about, and I asked Mr. Rael to give you a call in reference to it. I'm not sure if you know which one it is. It's the median that is on Coors near, I think it's called, can't remember the name of that subdivision, but it's right where the Jinja is and the car wash. And it's a very, very small median. And the actual neighborhood organization was wondering if we could pick that up since it was so small. And I haven't heard back, so I was curious.
Council Chair and Council Sanchez, I apologize, we haven't got back to you, but that median, we have spoke to the Homeowners Association, we have spoke to City Legal. So when it comes to medians, the city is responsible for anything that's been grandfathered in that was built before. But other than that, we only handle medians that are at major thoroughfares or that encompass something that we've done before, or that the city has developed. When you talked to Director Montoya earlier, if it's something that the city built, we're responsible for it. The issue is, and it's similar to parks, is you have these neighborhoods that were built a long time ago. So you have a developer come in and say, I want to build all these homes, and I'm going to make this pretty median, or I'm going to make it a private park. And then they do that, and people move in, and then they say, oh, we no longer want to take responsibility for this. We want the city now to take over responsibility for something that they built. The problem, number one, is it's not built to city specs, and our specs are a lot higher than that of a private developer who probably builds things on the cheap, and usually they only have a 2-year warranty. And that's why when we do medians like the art project, after the 2-year warranty, we take them over, but we make sure that those developers build to city specs. So what happens is if somebody comes in and then the homeowners association says, we no longer want to have responsibility for this, you take it over. If we did that, we would have, our department would probably be 4 times our size just to maintain all of those medians that are not on major thoroughfares or on city streets or cities that are medians that we developed. So I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the car wash, it's Jinjo. We've gone back and forth with them. We have got city legal, we've got planning involved. And so unfortunately, they developed it, they're responsible for it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I know they're asking for that, so what I'll do is I'll make sure that I direct that neighborhood organization to get a hold of you, and if you wouldn't mind, direct them to who needs to be, who they need to talk to.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I know you've purchased quite a few CNG vehicles. Could you give me a breakdown on the incremental cost of those vehicles and also how much we've spent on infrastructure for fueling them and maintenance?
Council Chair and Council, thank you for that question. So we started converting our fleet over to CNG about 4 years ago. The issue is the cost of those trucks have gone up significantly because of shipping issues. As far as infrastructure and how to handle those, we currently use an outside vendor to fuel them. We've wanted to use them and we continue to try and buy them. The issue is this: we can't buy all of our fleet in one-time convert. So we started converting, but now with everything that's gone on over the last 3 years, we already have an issue obtaining diesel vehicles. So we're having a hard time even getting regular refuse vehicles. So we've continued to try and buy them. We continue to order them. The cost is a little bit higher. I think we're spending about $460 a truck. Yep, about $460 a truck compared to about $380 for the other trucks, which we're fine with. The big issue is that it's hard for them to make it to our landfill because unfortunately we have a 24-mile trek uphill. And when it comes to CNG vehicles that are full of refuse, it's hard for them to make it up that hill. So what we've done is we started using those CNG vehicles to just go to our recyclers, which is right down the street from where we are housed right now. We'll continue to try and get CNG vehicles. It's on our list and it's a priority for us, but because of supply, we just can't get there right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of follow-up questions on that. So we're spending $80K incremental cost for fossil fuel vehicles that can't do the job of getting the refuse to the landfill. And how much are we spending on the fueling? I know you said we do that through a third-party vendor, but how much does that cost?
So, Council Chair and Council Feeblecorn, I wouldn't have that number exactly because we only have 9 vehicles that we would have to pull their numbers just to see how much we're spending, but it's comparable to what we're spending as when we buy diesel fuel.
Because I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but because we're not doing an infrastructure build, so it's the same price to fuel through a third-party vendor for diesel versus CNG.
Council Chair and Council Feeblecorn, without doing the exact analysis, it's pretty similar. But there is a cost associated with doing the CNG as opposed to doing diesel. Because of the fluctuality of the price of diesel, it can go up or down, but the same thing when it comes to filling them with CNG.
Okay, last question, Madam Chair. So how many of these 80K increments are in this budget to purchase additional CNG trucks?
Council Chair and Council Feeblecorn, the 80K you're talking about, I'm not seeing where that is.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, you said that the incremental cost per vehicle, we're paying $460 and gas, diesel ones are $380. So that's an
Council.
incremental cost of $80,000.
I got you.
Per vehicle, right? Okay.
Yep,
So
Council
I'm just
Chair.
wondering how many of those 80K incremental costs are in this budget?
So Council Chair and Council Fuber-Corn, at this point, we can't even get diesel ones until 2024.
So there's no money in this budget for truck purchases, period?
Council, whatever we can get, we're taking. And we're doing it through emergency purchases because we need trucks. We buy between 10 and 12 trucks a year. And so at this point, because we're not even able to get diesel vehicles, we started buying 6-yard and 8-yard vehicles just so that we can do what we have to do on a daily basis. So we're going to continue to try and buy CNG, but we're going to continue to try and buy diesel vehicles. But at this point, because of the lack of, and I don't know if you guys know what a chassis is. A chassis is what they use to build a truck. Because of a lack of chassis and the people who buy multiple trucks, more than 10 to 12 a year, they're kind of at the front of the line. We're going to continue to try and get whatever we can. But from a department standpoint, we will always try and get CNG.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My favorite subject. Friedman, recycling.
Okay.
So just update me on where we're at, you know, I mean, it's just the bane of my existence that, so when did they leave, first of all? Because on our report here, it has FY23 through December. So we paid, through December of this year, we paid them $1.9 million. So that's substantially higher than, you know, if it was the full year cost. I mean, we're looking at, you know, $4 million. So if you look at the chart that you have here, initially when Friedman came in, you know, we were sold on this thing that we were, you know the drill. I'm going to repeat myself. So we were sold on that we were going to be getting and generating money based on the recycling. And you're going to go on to tell me how it tanked and how the things didn't, you know, work out. But, you know, at the end of their contract, we went from the first year, $113K, to this last year, only mid-year, paying them $1.9 million. So that being said, just an update on that. Obviously, they're not here anymore. So that the new person who came in to fill in while you do an RFP, are they operating under the same contract? And what have we paid them so far? And the recycling in terms of, you know, just update us on where we're at with the fees for recycling. And then just, you know, paying the 1.9, if they would have went through the year based on that, almost $4 million for this year, where we were actually supposed to be making money off of this contract. And then, again, just the cost to collect isn't factored in, the cost to recollect the contaminated stuff, and then the cost to dispose isn't factored in here. So I just worry that our recycling program isn't as robust. You're doing a great job, by the way. But just that, you know, this thing with Friedman just is tough.
Council Chair and Councilor Pena. So when it comes to recycling, there's two things. Number one, once 2019 hit, the whole market worldwide went down. So we went from, and you're correct, we went from not making money, because we've never tried to make money as a solid waste department, whether it's collecting refuse or whether it's doing recycling. We're not trying to make a profit. We're trying to just provide the service that we can at the level that we can. But the issue was, we always budgeted relying on making money on recycling, which is not the best way to do things, and it's what we've not done currently ever since the market tanked, because if you're relying on a market can shift. That would be just like with T-bonds, savings account, anything like that. So once the market tanked in 2019, you know, we absorbed, and we literally, I know this says 1.9, but that's 7 months into the year, which means we have 5 months left. We're going to be right around 3.1 million, which has been reported in the Albuquerque Journal. That's what we went to. We were at one point at 3.5. So the market is starting to come back. So as the market comes back, that's going to offset the cost of what we pay to do recycling. And when it comes to recycling, from our standpoint, it's not about profitability, it's about sustainability. We're trying to keep things out of the landfill because it sustains the life of our landfill. I understand your concern, and I understand when it came to Friedman, I understand where we went with that. Currently, they've sold, and they've sold to Barco, who's a new company, and that contract ends by the end of this year. We currently went out to RFI, and we had 4 people respond to say they want to partner with us to see if they can help us in this situation. And now we're out to RFP. And aside from the 4 that responded, I've already got contacted by 2 vendors that say, hey, are you guys really doing it? Yeah, we're going out. So the RFP is out. When it comes to recycling, I think our contamination rate is at 35%, which is pretty good. It's not what it was pre-2018. End of the day, they don't. So if we can teach them at that elementary to middle school level, I think that will be more sustainable. And we are going to work to get that cost down. I will say thank you to the council who helped us get a rate increase so that we could cover that cost.
Madam Chair.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your succulent 7-course dinner. I imagine that's what it was for most of you. Mr. Davis, are we moving on animal welfare? Is that what we're on?
Yes, I am bringing it up. Okay. Sorry, Madam
And
Chair.
you know what, before you start, I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. Mr. Cornelius, do we have the remaining public speakers? The 0, okay. Thank you. Mr. Davis, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we got Animal Welfare. Carolyn Ortega, Director. FY24 proposed general fund budget of $15.3 million, 158 general fund positions. FY24 budget includes FY23 mid-year creation of 4 clinic cleaner positions at $208,000, 4 animal handler positions at $248,000, and an AWD behavioral specialist position at $72,000. Non-recurring funding for the following: $30,000 each for promotional outreach and the community and the safety/net/doghouse straw program. $100,000 for the preventative pet care clinic lease agreement. $29,000 for the Lucky Paws lease agreement with the Coronado Mall. $350,000 for the Street Cat Hub program, and $40,000 for Animal Protection of New Mexico. And Director Ortega and her team are here to answer any of your questions.
Good evening, Director. Welcome. Please introduce your team that you brought with you.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to introduce our semi-new Deputy Director, Sue Ellis, and of course, the genius behind the finances, Fiscal Manager Erica Garcia.
Thank you very much. Welcome. I mean, my kid just got somebody out, and I'm really excited. Sorry. Thank you. I apologize, Director. Thank you both for being here as well, and it's nice to meet you. Counselors, questions for animal welfare? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Director. Thanks for being here. I noticed in the budget that we are budgeting for the spay-neuter clinic to be open 4 days a week now, which is incredible. It was only open for 2 for a very long time. So kudos. Just wondering, in the budget, are you prepared to open up for another day or 2 a week at some point in the next year or 2?
Madam Chair and Councillor Feeblecorn, absolutely, that's the goal. The maximum, although, that we can be open at the clinic is 5 days a week because our lease only allows for Monday through Friday. However, we just opened 4 days a week starting April 1st, so that's pretty exciting. We're about a year behind on our business plan, although we haven't been open 4 days a week. Currently, we are fulfilling our goal, which was 100 spay and neuters a week in our business plan, so we're on target. We're doing between 120 and 150. Currently, we have 1,000 applications in our wait list, and that is actually 1,600 pets. What we're doing to get that all caught up is we entered into a contract with Animal Balance, and we will be doing a spay and neuter blitz July 5th through 7th in partnership with AFR. So we'll be using their training center to do a spay and neuter blitz where we will be doing a minimum of 200 spay and neuters over the weekend on the west side.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you bringing in high-volume spay-neuter veterinarians for that?
We are bringing in 2 teams of high-volume spay and neuter veterinarians for that. Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, just a couple more questions, if it's okay. I know that we are seeing an increased number of cruelty investigations. I know that in the write-up, you mentioned that there were only a few animals who were actually confiscated in the last year. So I'm just wondering, in this budget, do you feel it's fully funded to really do those cruelty investigations the way they should be done, and to be taking in animals that are abused and treating them? Is that fully funded in the budget before us tonight?
Madam Chair and Councillor Feeblecorn, that's absolutely been one of our priorities. So we have sent one of our senior vets, actually one of our veterinarians, to a certification program in forensic medicine to do the investigations behind those cruelty cases. Also, the fact that all of you approved the nuisance ordinance during Monday's council meeting, the hope is that that will alleviate some time commitment from our officers so that they can focus more on those higher volume cruelty cases to get more investigation in those and get some real results from those investigations as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did not know about the forensic investigator. I mean, until now, we've had literally one forensic veterinarian in the state. Is this going to be a veterinarian, or is this just a trained investigator?
This is a veterinarian, a current veterinarian, and she will be able to do the training on it for our officers. She's doing a lot of research and classes specifically around the correlation between domestic violence and animal cruelty. So we're hoping to expand that not only to our officers, but also APD and AFR as well.
That's incredible news. Madam Chair, last question. While I have you in front of me, I just wanted to check in on the UNM Memorandum of Understanding that we all agreed to last year about sharing the tissue samples from spay-neuter clinics with the researchers at UNM. Is that proposal, is it actually being implemented right now, and do we have the MOU in place?
Madam Chair and Councilor Fiebelkorn, it is underway. We have been providing tissue samples to UNM for about a month, and they are stopping by once a week to pick up 7 to 10 samples for their research.
Wonderful. Thank you for the questions and then the answers, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilors, any other questions? The one question that I know came up too is, can you just give us a brief description of how the public hears about different events and what kind of outreach do you do with advertising?
Madam Chair, we absolutely have one of the best marketing managers in the city. Desiree Colley, she has been around for a very long time, and she has wonderful relationships in the community. Everything that she pitches to the news gets on the news. Even the bad stories turn into good stories. We also are just saturating the community. We're looking at billboards right now. We're looking at sides of the buses for marketing. We're even looking at partnerships. We're in the final stages of contracts with the Isotopes to do marketing there. 6,000 people go through there a day. We want to make sure they're adopting from us. We're on radio, we're on TV, we're on social media. So she's really been able to, we consider our marketing part of our operations, and she's really been able to get a lot of free marketing and just get the community saturated with animal welfare.
Thank you so much. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had an idea, and not sure if we've done it before, but I think we have. I heard about it in the histories of City Council. But I think we at City Council would be willing to give up a couple of minutes at Council to actually help adopt some animals right before our Council meeting. So if there's, if the public's watching, or even one of the councilors' families, members, or even one of your all family members might need a pet, might have an opportunity to be adopted during one of our council meetings.
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, thank you so much for that suggestion. We would absolutely love that. I think half of you have already adopted from our shelters. Councilor Pena, Councilor Davis actually adopted this weekend. Even Kevin has adopted, so so absolutely we would love that. Anything that we can do to get our pets adopted. Right now we're still at capacity, 750 pets, and so hopefully all of these spay and neuter efforts are going to help to reduce that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for all of you being here and taking time to share with us and answer questions.
Madam Chair and Council members, thank you for your continued support. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you.
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
might be cheating if we're trying to use puppies to get people to come to council.
Yeah.
But I do applaud our efforts, and I'm happy to participate.
Fair enough. Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is Environmental Health with Angel Martinez Jr., Director. The proposed general fund budget is $5.3 million with 40 general fund positions. The Air Quality Fund is proposed to have a $4.3 million budget with 31 positions. And there are 15 grant positions. The Air Quality Fund includes includes $9,000 for a wage adjustment to reclassify a scientist to a senior scientist position, which is offset by reducing operating costs. And I turn it over to Director Martinez for questions.
Director, welcome. Please introduce your team.
Madam Chair, thank you. Council, thank you.
Please introduce your team.
Oh, sure. We have Gladys Santana, our fiscal manager, and most of you know Dr. Demena, Mark Demena. He's our deputy director in charge of half of the department with CHPD, ESD, urban wildlife, and something else. We just created a new division, which is going to go under him. We reclassified the epidemiologist, turned it into a public health compliance coordinator, and then that'll be under him too. And then we have acting deputy director, Chris Albrecht, and he handles all the air quality issues.
Thank you, Director. Counselors, questions? You have a couple? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Director. My question is around the Air Quality Control Board, or the Air Quality Board, and the funding in this budget. Is it sufficient to handle not only the rulemakings that are before it now, but there's several more coming in the next year? And I just worry that we do not have enough funding in here to actually provide the service and support that we are required to provide to that board.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, yeah, for this coming year, we did take in consideration those upcoming regulatory changes that would be coming from the state. So we'll be partnering with them. So that was taken in consideration to cover court reporter costs and all the other costs associated with running the airport.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So all the costs for up to 4 more rulemakings in the next year are covered with this budget?
Yeah, as far as what we predicted, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have one more line of questions. I see in the budget that there are 2 cannabis positions. Can you just go over what those 2 positions do and why we need 2? I believe that we pulled the funding for all but 1 last year in the operating budget, but I see that there are 2.
Yeah, there was one position that the council funded last year, and that was for cannabis manager, program manager. We reclassed that position and turned it into a field operations officer, and that position has been filled, and so it's now under the Consumer Protection Division. The other one, I believe that was the cannabis manager, and that was funded initially through the Office of the Mayor, but I think that was corrected, and so that funding returned back to.
And just real quick, and I see that you're wanting to add to that. So was it the cannabis manager that was reclassified as a field ops manager, or was it the field manager? Which position was reclassified?
Initially, last year, we had the funding that was given to us by the council, Madam Chair, was for the manager, and then this year that was reclassified into a field operations officer, and then that was filled this year.
So field operations officer instead of manager.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Ms.
Madam
Yara?
Chair, just want to talk about the second position. It is actually titled Cannabis Program Manager. It was filled, that is Mr. Padilla's position. I was told that that position actually was funded mid-year in my department, DFAS, and it is to stay in my department. We, in error in the budget documents, have that going over to EHD, but that will stay in DFAS. Mr. Padilla is not only doing some policy work for cannabis, the cannabis program, but as you know, he's highly involved in us appealing and receiving a lot of the capital funds from both the state and our federal delegation. So his, I would say that his position title might be a misnomer because he does more than that. So we'll work on reclassifying that to the correct title.
So there's only one position in EHD now, and it's the Field Operations Officer.
Madam Chair, correct.
Okay. And then the Cannabis Manager is in DFAS. Thank you. Do you have more?
Just
Counselor?
one more
Yeah,
clarifying
go
question,
ahead.
Matt. So the field operation officer that's within EHD, what does that person do?
That person's dedicated right now strictly for cannabis inspections. We have roughly about 400 and some odd permits, and that's what they do.
So it's only the permit inspections, they're not in the field on any kind of other work?
I can let Dr. DeManna, go ahead and.
Madam Chair, Councilor Fieberkorn, the reason that the field operations officer was moved back to consumer health, we were a little bit last year, I think Director Martinez spoke to it last year, trying to figure out exactly where we would draw the line with cannabis. So far, all that has happened with it, all the city has taken on is regulation of edibles. And thanks to council for supporting our updates to the food ordinance, so we do have specific cannabis permits. Those permits require a little more complicated, a little more dedicated type of inspection. So that's why the field operations officer for us is a slightly higher level of inspector, a little more specialized. Right now, that's what that person is doing, is in part helping facilities that don't yet have a permit or are struggling with the permitting process get squared away. And I think we spoke to this when we looked at the food ordinance, but we actually issued a lot of those permits without a pre-opening inspection, which is that's not our rigor. So that person is now going back to those facilities to make sure that the food handling, the food safety principles that we're looking for are being followed.
Great, thank you. That's what we had in mind with the funding from last year, so I'm glad to hear that that's what's going on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Did you say that environmental health manager position is filled now?
The field officer, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, the field officer. Yeah, we reclassify that, to make it a field position as opposed to a management position.
Is it
Because we
filled?
thought that would, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, let's see, it says your budget is proposed to increase by $700,000. Most of this is in wages. Cannabis services is proposed to increase from $87,000 to $300,000, but there is no white paper associated with this increase. Can you please explain?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, I'll go ahead and take that question. The bulk of the increase in environmental health budget is related to the interim wage plan, where we had to bring people to equity. And I think the bulk of it is from that, based on what budget is telling me.
Okay, Mr. Munoz, does that sound right?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. Yes, when I'm looking at the budget worksheet, it does show the interim pay structure of about $351,000 during the technical adjustments. So that does make up a bulk of the increase in the budget. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and then I have a couple more, Madam Chair. There are a couple of grants that were available, the Community Energy Block Grant and a seed grant from the state of New Mexico. And environmental health, you did not apply. Can you explain that?
Yes, Madam Chair, Councilor Grout. Those grants primarily affect the programs that are run by the Sustainability Officer. So the Environmental Health Department didn't apply for those.
Why not?
Because they're not programs that fall within our current structure right now. They would fall under sustainability.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Before you move on, I think Councilor Fieberkorn, you want to follow up on that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear that the Sustainability Office moved out of environmental health and is now at GSD, and I assume that those applications will be coming out of GSD. Is that a Fair statement?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, I believe that's a fair statement.
I don't actually know why they moved out, and it seems like a weird match, but that's where they are now, right? Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Ms. Yara or Mr. Davis or Mr. So is GSD going to be applying for those grants?
Madam Chair and councilors, I am not aware that they're applying for grants, but that doesn't mean they're not. We will confirm that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, what were the name of those grants again, madam?
Community Energy Block Grant and the SEED Grant, CEED.
Thank you.
Counselor Grout? Any other questions, counselors? And you have 7 vacancies, Director, that I think show that they've been vacant for over a year. How is that going?
Yeah, Madam Chair, one of the things that we have encountered is essentially the competition to try to get scientists. Our department, essentially has very specialized skills necessary, to do our job, scientists, both trained and experienced. And we've been competing with the federal government, with DOE, with the Department of Defense, with Department of Interior, and even the state. It seems like every time we get one, we train them, they get scalped, and they go out there for more money. So we spent quite a bit of time this year looking at how we can reclassify some of those positions. One of them is, up on the budget there. And, to try to attract more of those, to try to at least attract more people at that caliber. And we'll see how it goes. I know we've had, one area, the control strategist, we advertised that position, I believe 5 or 6 times, and we got like the same 2 people every single time. And so we now are reclassifying those to see if we can compete with the market for scientists. And that's been our biggest issue.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that you're adapting. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you
Madam-
so much for being here this evening. Oh, Ms. Yara?
Madam Chair, yeah, we have an answer to one of those questions.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kelsey is actually applying for one of those grants. I'm getting confirmation on which one, so she is working on one of those. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much to all of the environmental health people that are here tonight. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we got Planning, Director Ellen Varela. There you go. Charge for that, Director. FY24 proposed general fund budget, 20.9 million, 193 general fund positions. Budget includes non-recurring funding of 300,000 carried over from FY23 for property abatement, non-recurring funding of 401,000 to fund a team to manage and control errant properties, and includes AGIS program transfer from DTI to planning. The proposed budget for AGIS is 558,000. Director Varela and his team are also here to answer questions. To my left.
Welcome, Director.
Good
Hello,
evening,
will you please introduce your team?
Good evening. Thank you for having us. We very much appreciate it. I have some of my leadership team here this evening. My fiscal manager, Debbie Dombrowski, which a lot of you know. Debbie's here to answer any detailed questions that you may have regarding numbers. We have Robin Rose, who's an associate director. You talked about poaching earlier. I'm pretty good at it. I found out that Robin in the legal department had a background in project management as well as adult education, and so I brought her over. She is helping head our building safety division and guiding them into compliance levels that they needed to get to. And she is also overseeing the conversion of the Posse software over to the Tyler. So we have IT and building safety, because that is a large project, very important, with key milestones that we have to be hitting, and Robin's keeping us on track with that. I'm also pleased to say that Robin has been helping us implement the language access plan over at the department. James Aranda, another deputy who's not with us here tonight, is the true lead for the language access plan, and we just, as a matter of fact, on Tuesday, did a presentation to all 175 employees in attendance regarding the contents of the language access plan. So that is alive and well and fully deployed over at the planning department. Also with us is Jolene Woofley. Jolene is a professional planner. Jolene is an associate director. Jolene is a former chair of the Development Review Board. She has extensive history and career in all aspects of planning, excuse me. She's also a credentialed professional planner. And Jolene now heads our development facilitation team along with the city engineer, who's not with us this evening, Shahab Biazar. And last but not least, certainly, is Jeremy Kaiser. A lot of you know Jeremy. I was able to recruit him from DMD, where he was the head of parking enforcement for the city, to come over and help with code enforcement, because Jeremy had a tremendous skill set in customer relations and getting people to do what they don't want to do, but they have to do. And so a lot of you know Jeremy because I think you all have him on speed dial. If not, your analysts certainly do. So that's the team that is here for this evening, and we're happy to stand for questions.
Welcome. I definitely have Mr. Kaiser on speed dial. Thank you. And Ms. Rose, it's nice to see a face. Thank you for your help earlier this week. My pleasure. And it's nice to see you. I can't leave one out now. It's nice to see you and it's nice to meet you. Counselors, any questions? No? Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I seen a couple of questions, I guess. You're starting a new initiative, and it seems as though that it's being funded from non-recurring, and this is called the Extinction Team, but it's only funded through July 1, 2025. Can you explain why? And then can you please say, how did you arrive at that name?
Yes, Chairwoman Bassan and Councilor and esteemed councilors. Number one, the way I arrived at the name is we found out that, of course, you have code enforcement, which goes after troubled properties. They're very good at what they do. You also have ADAPT, which goes after other properties, which might not fit into current methods and methodologies. They're more creative. Both of those are user-friendly approaches, but we found that some errant property owners fail to adapt, and so we're creating an extinction team, which is going to go after them, because we're going to put them out of business, whatever it takes. That is going to consist of a litigation attorney, an investigator devoted who will serve as a fact witness in trials in those matters, and of course a support person for them. We looked at the idea of whether to house that in legal or over at Fire Rescue where ADAPT is, and we collectively as an administration decided that planning had the capability and the capacity to manage that unit, and so they're going to be housed at planning, although they're going to be cooperating and getting leads from all those groups. This is a pilot project. That's why it is initially proposed as a one-year funding. We're going to see how it goes, see how successful it is, and then you may see it evolve into a recurring request.
Do you have a plan? Have you developed some kind of guidelines for this and how you're going to implement it? If so, can you share that?
And I'd like to have more time to come back and present that to you in more detail, but the plan is, and this is general, so if you want right now a specific plan with their objectives and exactly what type of properties you're going to get, the answer would be no, because this is a pilot project and we're going to have to experiment as we go and then determine what we're successful at and then improve our guidelines and our methodology. But we're going to go through any properties right now that fall through the cracks. They may have no broken windows, for example. They may have running water in there, so there might be not any issue with the habitability of the place or any sort of building code sort of issues. So it's not going to be a code enforcement problem. It may be a situation where they've taken other measures where they don't quite fit into the ADAPT program, but they still are causing major problems for the city. They are properties that all of you are probably aware of, and we're probably going to be getting leads from you. And so we're going to have somebody who's going to look at all the federal laws, the state laws, the city ordinances, any and every tool that we can come up with, and go in and determine how to change the behavior of those property owners or to put them out of business and perhaps have the property forced into receivership or even some sort of a forfeiture process if that's the case. So that's the approach. But do we have a specific plan with concrete details? Not until the experiment is well into going through and we can tell you what works and what doesn't.
Madam Chair, so is this for specifically residential and commercial?
This would be, right, we're not excluding the type of problem property. So if it's a residential that didn't fall into the purview right now of regular code enforcement or ADAPT, it's possibility residential may come into that. And certainly for commercial as well. Right. Now, right now, there's nothing that's off the table. We just want to go through and make sure that we have something that really is focused on aggressively going after the problems in Albuquerque that are causing the most harm to the public.
Madam Chair, so what's the threshold for a problem property? What do you consider I know you don't have a plan, but what do you consider a threshold for a problem property?
The process that will be followed to determine that is the ADAPT team, the legal team, and the code enforcement team will be reviewing their lists of properties that they have not had any success in bringing into an acceptable resolution that we're no longer a major public nuisance. That's the threshold. That's going to be the source for those. And then, of course, any referrals that we get from city councilors. You guys represent the entire city. We'll be working for you as well, of course. And so that is the threshold that they'll have to cross in order to be considered for the program. But no, I can't give you a number or anything like that. They're all unique.
So, Madam Chair, so just a final, so I'd love to kind of see a plan before we even say that we're going to implement this, at least some kind of format or framework of how we're going to do it, because, you know, I'm interested in, of course, you're developing the plan for the language access, so that's cool, so that should be incorporated into it, right, before you move forward. And then also, just, you know, I always ask this question about what are we doing and how are we getting them to the right resources so that they don't become homeless, because I feel sometimes as though, you know, we talk about housing first, and, you know, this is a priority for a city of Albuquerque, is housing first, and when we have people who are in dilapidated homes, unfortunately, sometimes maybe they can't refinance to be able to make the necessary fixes to their home. So what are we doing to provide those kind of resources and help to people so that we can help them get there? Obviously, I know you have lots that aren't even responding and the like, but, you know, but there are, we have had instances where people just can't afford to fix the house and they have to let go of their house, so then they're homeless, and then we say we're housing first, so.
Yeah, and Committee Chair and Councilor Pena, those are not the sort of properties that we would be going after. We're not out there to force a poor person out of a home that they can't afford to repair. You know, unless that person happens to be, you know, a hotbed of crime and other issues. But we certainly wouldn't be going after somebody's house because they're too poor to fix it up. We would do what we always do in those cases, was refer them to whatever resources are available. FCS has programs for those. Senior Affairs has programs to help people out. There are different programs and assistance programs that would refer them to. But no, that's not the target of this.
So, Madam Chair, so I'd like to just see kind of an idea of what you would do in those circumstances. You know, I think it's important. Just last year, we had a home where I think the mom had family members living there who took over the home, and, you know, she couldn't afford to fix it, and she couldn't throw out her family members, and it was drug, you know, but then the family member got, you know, her house taken away, and it just seems counter. Yeah. So anyway, like to see a plan. Yeah. Thank you.
I agree.
Counselors, other questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that Aegis is back, but it never actually left. I think it makes sense for it to be back with you, but can you just talk a little bit about, you know, last year in the budget, we heard it was going elsewhere, and now it's back. Is this for good, and what was the decision-making process on that?
And Committee Chair Bassan, Councilor Feeblecorn, esteemed councilors, it's for good. I am not exactly sure of what all the thought process was with moving them. I think it's because Aegis not only serves the planning department, which, since they're a land-based mapping group providing data for land use, we probably are 80% of the work that they do, but they also serve, I know last year, over 23 other clients. And there was some from their major client, just really didn't ensure that the planning department and the public that comes to the planning department for their services was going to continue to receive the level of services that they needed to receive. So we're keeping them, and we're actually beefing them up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more question. In our notes, it says that you had, in your third quarter of this year, you had $1.7 million in salary savings, and that most of that was spent on a remodel of Plaza del Sol. How much more is to be done before that remodel is completed?
And Committee Chair Bassan and Councilor Feeblecorn, that is an excellent question. GSD would have better numbers than I would. What we did with the money, the portion of that, not the whole thing, the portion of that was spent on the remodels was basic human decency sort of upgrades. Carpeting, we had carpeting that was 20 to 30 years old, that was ratty, that was bunched up, filthy. We had employees trying to work in that environment. We had furniture that was falling apart from different eras and literally falling apart. So we got people the furniture that they needed. We also painted. We got rid of most of the worst, ugliest ceiling tiles that had the water stains from different sources of liquids that run through the walls and the ceilings there. And so we took care of those, what I considered taking care of our people items first, because we could afford to do that. The next thing we need to tackle at some point, when the funds are available, of course, is the plumbing system in the building. The roof is in good shape, and then eventually we need to tackle probably windows. But right now, I want to make it really clear. Planning is happy with the piece of the pie that we have right now in the proposed budget. Now, because the pie is only a certain size based on projections. Now, if the pie gets bigger, we'd love to have more money. But for right now, we're really happy with the size of the piece of pie that we have based on the projections that the administration put forward.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, counselors? The only other question I have is going back to the extinction team, the aggressive litigation attorney. Is that going to be somebody that's a brand new hire?
And Committee Chair Bassan, well, initially it's contract because this is a pilot project.
Okay, and is there a reason, how many attorneys work in planning?
And Committee Chair Bassan, 0. We have, we do use the services of 2 attorneys from the legal department, but I imagine they each have at least a handful of other clients. But we do not have a dedicated attorney for the planning department.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions, I believe. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you. We're pleased to be here.
Mr. Noel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up, we have Transit. It's an enterprise fund with Leslie Keener as the director. The FY24 proposed operating budget is $58,195,000 with 547 positions, 6 grant positions. The budget includes a general fund subsidy increase of $9.5 million, including $3 million non-recurring funding for zero fare extension, $1.8 million recurring funding for 38 motor coach positions previously funded by Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, CMAQ, grants that funded transit expansion, the ARP program, for the first 3 years of operation. FTA planning grant will continue to fund transit planning activities equivalent to the total cost of the 23 positions moved into Transit's operating fund, Fund 661. So I turn it over to Director Keener.
Thank you. Welcome, Director.
Thank you.
Please introduce your team.
Good evening, Madam Chair and councilors. I have with me the ABQ Ride team tonight, starting with Michael Davis. He's a Deputy Director for Operations and Customer Service. Next to him, I have Mr. Bobby Cisneros. He is a Deputy Director, and he covers marketing, IT, and planning. And then we have our wonderful fiscal manager, Karen Lopez, who has done a lot of work on this budget, and we're extremely happy to have her as part of the team. And then we do have Associate Director Chris Payton, and he is over finance and maintenance.
Welcome to all of you. Thanks for being here. Councilors, questions for Transit? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all the talk about security, I'm a little concerned about what we're doing on the buses. Biggest issue is fentanyl use out there. I know we have free fares, and with the fentanyl use and the actual exposure, I know these bus drivers are actually being exposed. The public's being exposed. Is there anything any kind of protocol that you have in place in reference to somebody who is using fentanyl inside the bus. What concerns me is that fentanyl is very, very dangerous. It's a substance that literally suspends itself in the air, and individuals could walk right through it. The bus driver could walk right through it. It could maintain inside the bus for several minutes or even 20, 30 minutes. Is there anything being done to immediately take that bus offline and then make sure that you render it safe, especially if somebody is tenting or using fentanyl in the bus?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, I will say that any kind of drug use or narcotic use is against our ABQ ride rules to ride. We are briefing, with our operators and making sure that when they are made aware of that they are providing the proper notification to our road supervisors and to Metro Security, who is then intervening. Now, I haven't really had any reports here recently of fentanyl use, and Michael Davis or Bobby Cisneros can probably speak to that as well, as far as on the bus where we've had to stop it or take it offline at any moment. But we definitely have had security responding to narcotics use. And I will say, off of last year's numbers, looking at security for third quarter versus third quarter this past year, that we have seen an increase in narcotics uses on the buses.
As I said before, it's just very dangerous. And if that bus needs to come offline for the safety of the bus drivers and the other passengers, I think that has to happen. I know that's going to be a difficult situation when it does happen, but there needs to be some sort of protocol built in for the bus drivers so they don't have to be worried about making that call or to make sure that they're safe or the public safe. So do you have something in place in their policy procedures in reference to what to do if they witness this use of drugs, especially if it is fentanyl, and the individual's tenting? And if you don't know what tenting is, it's where they cover their heads with their T-shirt, with a coat, or a blanket, and then they use the fentanyl underneath that. If they're doing that in the bus, and I have pictures of individuals doing it inside the bus, at that point, that bus needs to be decontaminated. But we need to make sure that the bus drivers do not feel any kind of adverse issues coming from the administration if they do see that or if it's going on. Because ultimately, the bus drivers need to be kept safe and the public needs to be kept safe. So do you have something in place for that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, yes, I did just speak through the passenger removal process. That is one piece of it, and it is reporting, to our road supervisors, to dispatch, and then to Metro Security in order to make sure that the situation is handled. And it is encouraged for our drivers. So to speak to your point about, any kind of ramifications for reporting that, there would be nothing that we would do that would be detrimental to that driver at that point. We encourage that, and we want to make sure that we are aware when we have those issues so that we can make sure that we have an appropriate response to it.
Thank you. You did mention passenger removal, but in some of these cases, it might need to be the bus removal for decontamination. So I just want to make sure that that's in place as well.
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, and that is part, when we have a passenger that is removed from a bus, our road supervisors do go out as well as Metro Security, and they'll make that determination at that time if there is any action that needs to be taken with that bus.
Thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thanks for being here. I wanted to talk about detailing of the bus and the cleanliness of the bus. We have in our notes that it's cleaned every 45 days. I just don't think that's enough. I need you to explain to me 45 days. Why, that's not very often.
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, so the 45 days is the detailing, so that is the very deep cleaning of the bus and the interior. So they are still cleaned on a nightly basis as they come through and, swept and fueled, and all of that occurs with them. We do have a detailing contract crew that has been brought on to help, since we do have the vacancies with the vehicle servicers right now. So we've seen a big increase in the number of both vans and buses that we've been able to get through. We did have them backed up for quite some time just because we didn't have the staff, but we've been doing that since, January, is that correct? January. On top of that, we're hopeful here, starting July 1st, that we'll have a detail, not a detail, but a custodial crew that's going to be contracted out as well. That will be at the Central and Unser Transit Center. And that will be like a midday sort of refresh that we're planning on having, to where they'll go through. And it'll mainly be our art buses, so the 777, the 766, the 66, and I believe the 54 and the 98 that will be touched up on those. And we're going to try that as kind of a pilot to see if that helps to keep the buses much cleaner. On top of the cleanliness piece of that too, I know you probably saw through the winter we were having issues, and I think I talked about it at one of the council meetings with our bus wash being broke down. So we have since got that up. So I hope you've noticed, because I definitely have. I think my kids are sick of me hearing me talk about how good the buses and the vans look as they're going by, because they have been able to run them through those bus wash now. Both bays are working at Daytona.
Good. I think they should be not just swept and fueled on a daily or weekly basis. They should be wiped down. This does say that all surfaces are wiped down. In this day and age, you know, there's a lot of germs going around, and we're supposed to be keeping things a lot cleaner. And I think that I had a customer a couple weeks ago, and y'all know we work on cars, and her car needed some work. I was going to have it a few days, and she said, "I don't want to ride the bus again. They're disgusting." I don't like to hear that. You know, we want people to ride the bus. We want them to use their cars less. And if we have a dirty bus system, if our buses are not clean, nobody's going to ride them. And that needs to be a priority.
Yes.
I want to be able to ride the bus. I don't want to wonder where I'm going to put myself when I get on the bus. I want to sit down anywhere on the bus, and it's clean.
Madam
And it
Chair,
smells good.
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that is a huge priority for us. Safety, security, cleanliness, reliability, and accessibility we're talking about those on a daily basis on what we can do to improve. And some of these things that we've done, you know, hopefully we're starting to see some of the fruition of the work that we've got, but it doesn't stop, and we'll continue to improve in that.
Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, thank you, and your staff. I mean, it looks like about 44% increase in funding from the general fund, pretty significant, about 9.5 million that's coming as subsidy, more from the general fund. So pretty good amount of money that in this budget, much of it that's going to transit. And look, there's just not a lot to celebrate. I don't see a lot to celebrate in your department, and it's not a criticism of you all or your staff. I mean, it's really just a concern as someone who, you know, of course, is part of approving this budget, as well as someone who lives in this community, and it just doesn't seem like a lot to celebrate. These buses are not as, whether it be they're not as safe, or the perception of just safety on the buses, of the cleanliness as we talked about. The drug use, which, you know, I experienced, you know, just one bus ride, you know, I experienced just about all this. And then we're cutting routes, you know, less routes of the drivers that are leaving. You got a pretty big vacancy rate. So, you know, I mean, if there's a department, like I guess in a business that I work with, you know, it's kind of like an all hands on deck, you know, we just do whatever it takes to be able to turn the ship around. And so I mean, I would hope, I want to just make sure that you get I mean, certainly it looks like you have the financial support to be able to do what you need to do. Hopefully you have the support of the rest of the administration and other departments, the support of this council. And really now it's about just good ideas. I mean, really good ideas and good leadership within that department to change things. And I think we got a lot of data, you know, that's certainly, you know, helpful. I mean, let me just ask about the driver and some of the recent driver interviews that you did. Had a pretty good amount, I guess about maybe a third percentage that they said that pay was a concern. You got 175 vacancies, and so it's a pretty significant vacancy rate. You had a certain amount of drivers that identified restrooms as being a concern, and open forum responses, I guess, you know, they just responded to that and mentioned that. And then a pretty good amount, well, I guess pretty amount of the respondents to that identified restrooms, like a majority of them actually said that as, so I guess let's just, since the other counselors addressed safety and they addressed security and some of those other things, let me just ask you about that, about driver retention, some of the recent interviews and feedback that you got from drivers, specifically the pay, the restrooms, and other things that were mentioned. I mean, how are you planning on addressing that?
Okay, Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, thank you for the question. I think it's a great one. I think we've been extremely focused on getting drivers through the door, but not only getting them through the door, retaining them, so creating a good working environment for them to where they enjoy coming to work. I would respectfully disagree with you on some of the things that we've been doing here over the last year to try and make the system better. I know you've seen some of the things with the reductions because of the driver shortages, but I think on the back end, this team behind me and their teams have been doing an outstanding job of really trying to create a clean...
Director, I said nothing about your effort, or it was not a criticism of you or your leadership or the effort of your team. I just want to make sure that's very clear.
Oh, no, I just think it's very important because there is a lot of focus on this, and I think we are in the midst of really trying to change the culture at transit. That is my full commitment to the entire team, and I've said that, and I say that on every occasion that I run into our workers. Safety, security, cleanliness, it's very important to me. I want feedback. That's why we did this survey, to try and get an idea of what's really driving people away and what's going to keep them. We did hear about the restrooms being an issue. I think we already knew that was an issue and we've been working on it, but there's more that we can do when it comes to that. Pay is obviously an issue. We did do the probationary pay rate increase in November. That's just part of it. We're still continuing to work on certain incentives moving forward to help with that and bring us back up to where we need to be with that. So I think that's really important, but the scheduling too can be very difficult for our drivers. We do have split shifts that are in there to where we have drivers work 4 or 5 hours, they take 3 hours where they're off the clock, they're not working, and then they come back for say another 4 hours. So that can be kind of hard for people to juggle. So we're working on things to try and make that a little bit more attractive going forward. As far as the surveys go too, we did reach out to people that took the surveys and asked if they wanted to be part of a focus group so that we can really bring them together and try and figure out how we can solve some of these issues with the restroom stuff that they are seeing, because that is one that I think it was about 75% of our drivers had said was a major issue for them. And this is talking about, restroom availability online, which is, that's just a basic human right to be able to use the restroom. So I feel extremely strongly about that. We're really just trying to change that culture and get everyone involved in making the change. And that's even just from safety. So when they see an issue, that they're able to talk to any of us, whether it be a road supervisor, and that there's going to be immediate action taken. These are things that I'm really getting some positive feedback with our drivers. And when we talk about the vacancy rates, you can see in your packets there with the question that we answered that we've had cumulative losses over the last 4 years that have really added up. Even going back to fiscal year 22 for the MCOs, I think we were down a total of 17 drivers for the entire fiscal year. This past year, we're down 2, and I expect us to be pretty close to even both on the MCO and the Sunvan chauffeur side, which I think is a really big step in the right direction for us. And we're going to continue to build on that. We talk a lot about drivers, but really mechanics, vehicle servicers, I can't say that enough, because even with the reductions right now, that's really where we're starting to see the issues, is not having vehicles ready for PMs and not being able to have buses and vans ready for the drivers that we do have available now because of that. So additionally, we're working on those incentives for the mechanics and for our vehicle servicers, which includes even changing some of the job descriptions. Just to give you an example, our vehicle servicers, their requirement right now is for 30 credit hours of vocational mechanical experience. So we're getting a lot of applicants in, and then they're being weeded out right away because they don't have that experience, which really isn't even necessary to do the job. So things like that, we're trying to make it much easier for us to get those individuals in the door and to fill these positions.
Director, you mentioned you have ideas or you're working on the restroom availability. What are some of the solutions you guys have come up with for that?
You want to let Mike?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we have been working on a faster response when a restroom gets broken into and it goes down. We're making sure that gets up and going within days or sooner rather than weeks. We are also looking at the construction of the bathrooms and making them stronger and better so that they're not broken into. We are also working with different store locations that are on the routes, other bathroom opportunities. I know we give free toilet paper to some of those entities that are willing to let us use their bathrooms for our drivers. So we're working on that. And then portables are kind of the last solution, but they're sometimes an important solution to get something out there right away so that that can be utilized as well. But those often get damaged, and so it's kind of a last resort when we go that way.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. And, and Director, thank you. I mean, you have a tough department. I mean, I would love to be able to, next year to be able to celebrate with you and hear some celebrations on some things that turn around. You just have a tough department to deal with, and unfortunately, something that's in the limelight and people see, so I'm, want to do all we can as a council, to support you and financially and everything else. But I think as a director and staff, you got to realize that you're going to have some of this attention on your department, right? We're going to point out some things that are concerns that we've heard from our constituents and people, and I think I've repeated some of those things. I'm not sure if there's anything, I guess I don't really want to ask you, but I really don't think there's anything that you disagreed with me on, because I think I've just simply described what I've heard from our constituents and people that ride the bus, and you got a council here that wants to help you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of talk about the restroom thing, and just, this isn't for you, this is actually for our staff, or maybe it's a question that we can get answered here pretty soon. Because of COVID, lots of restaurants, as you all know, either close their inside areas and or they don't allow you to have use of the public restroom. So I'm wondering within our planning department, when, a store is opened and it says that they have public restrooms or not, I don't know what the rules on that are. Maybe they can just do that if they want to, but I think it's becoming a really big issue. And during COVID, they realized, wow, we don't have to be cleaning our restrooms all the time, so it saves, so it's just an interesting dynamic. You're nodding your head because yeah. So it's just something that I think maybe is part of the problem that you're having with solid waste. So maybe if we can talk more about that and try to get an answer on whether restrooms should be public at some places. I don't know. Anyway, Madam Chair, sorry for not speaking germane to the subject, but it was kind of was, I guess. But just wanted to say, have you considered, I mean, I know we see this this entry of, what other states are paying their drivers, and, you look at the city of Albuquerque, it's $17.65, maximum $21.76. UNM bus drivers make $18.29, so they make more working at UNM as a bus driver, and we're the city of Albuquerque. And then the other issue is just like solid waste. I know lots of people come into the city and they'll get trained and they'll get their CDL from a good department of transit, and then their stepping stone is to go to solid waste. That's a thing. It's been a thing forever. It's, you hear about it all the time, looking for a job and try to get into transit so they get me my CDL so that I can go to solid waste. So that being said, that seems like that's a hurdle for you. And, have you considered just really looking at paying, a solid waste driver entry level, I guess, is $20.92, substantially less. So you can see why a person would do that, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I would do that too if, But, so have you looked into that? Because it seems like that would be the stopgap for you to really just be able to be competitive with our own other department.
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, we are looking at that all the time in comparisons with various organizations that are similar to our setup as well, not just in the city, but in the country too, to determine where we are with our pay. But you made a good point about us training and then losing to other departments, and it's not just with our drivers, it's also most recently here with mechanics. And so that's part of what I was talking about. We are looking at some different things that we could potentially do here in the very near-term future to try and incentivize, through pay to be able to stay.
So it seems, yeah, I think that's kind of would be like, one of the initial things that the department could do. And you're right, even with mechanics, they go on to solid waste to work on the track. So anyway, just wanted to mention that. And then the last thing is that even with the detailers, I know where there was a lot of conversation about that and, them too, 1511, that's really not very well for some of the stuff that they have to clean up. And then I'll end with saying, like Councilor Lewis, some issues, we've had some, back and forth on some of the issues on the bus, but as I've mentioned before, like, I'll ride the bus, my husband ride the bus. He rode the bus recently, and just to say that it was really awesome because there was an incident on the bus, and the driver called it in, and by the next stop, APD was there and took me off the bus. So congratulations.
Thank you, Chair Councilor Pena. That is wonderful to hear. We did just recently change the way we remove passengers from the bus too, so that's great to hear.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, he said. So thank you.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. I just wanted to talk about the bus wraps. I see that it brings in about $244,000 a year, and I understand this is a conversation that's happened before my time, but it does seem to be a pretty big security problem to have those darkened windows. I don't know what I'm stepping into in the bus, and if there's something going on in the bus, people can't see it outside. Is it really worth that $244,000 revenue every year to do that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn, I don't know, it's $244,000. It's just a small space that's gone. We do have other spaces that we can potentially advertise to maybe make up for that, but I wouldn't be against it. And I think we have had some feedback from the administration prior about removing that too as well, correct? Yeah, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, I think it might make people feel a little more safe. And it might make APD and Metro Security's job a little easier if they could actually see into the bus. So it just seemed like a small amount of revenue to give up. So, and then my other question, Madam Chair, one more, is on the driver interviews that Councilor Lewis was talking about. I'm just wondering, did anybody mention safety?
Madam Chair and Council Feeblecorn, yes, they did bring up safety and it being a concern, and I think a lot of it too, there was some mention of having to just fill this dual role of security, and part of that I think was the way we did have our passenger removal process before. We did have drivers that were, they would basically tell someone that they were going to be kicked off the bus, and then we'd sit there and wait, and they're alone to handle all this, and so that's part of why we had changed the way that we remove the passenger, and like Councilor Pena had said, we keep the bus in motion, that way people get to go where they're going, unless it's like major issue and we really do need to stop. But it gives the opportunity for, Metro or a road supervisor to then intercept the bus and be able to be not just one person, a bus driver trying to handle this situation, but to have that support of trained staff as well. So that's been really receptive from our drivers with the training that we've been doing, and I think that was about a month ago that we went through all that with the drivers, so it's pretty recent change. So I think that's been helpful. But yeah, safety was mentioned as well as being an issue in some of the commentary, like the free-form comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, I assume it was less than the 36 who said that they were worried about the restroom availability.
It was just in the free-form comments, and it was just a few comments that we had about the safety.
Well, that's very good news. If they had an open form where they could say whatever was bothering them, and safety was not the number one, I think that we're moving in the right direction. Although I'll just say I'm very concerned that bathroom availability seems to be number one, and that is troubling. But,
we agree completely.
Yeah, but thank you. I appreciate those answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So it was brought up, and there's a couple counselors that would like to see the replies of the department surveys. If you can get that to us, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can get that to you as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, counselors? I'm going to try to zip through. Can the kiosks for the, let's see, the art payment kiosks with the result of the zero fares, I know that we have to do the one-time charge of $515,000 back for the purchase, are we gonna try to, can we like sell them to somebody else that uses them? Are we just gonna keep them and let them stay there? Or what is the plan for the kiosks for the art stations?
I will let Associate Director Chris Payton answer that.
Yeah. Madam Chair, we will try to see if we can offload, not offload, but sell those to somebody else. You know, that would be a nice thing. Unfortunately, those are not in very good condition, and so we may have to just reimburse. We wouldn't have to pay the federal authority back. They would just short one of our grant appropriations, so.
Thank you. And then councilors brought up that transit was just allocated another $1 million in the last couple of months. That came up. What's the plan for that to be used?
How much do we get for the vehicles? 500,000 for the study, right? Madam Chair, and we have 576,000 that's actually been sent over to General Services for vehicles for security fleet. And that will give us some more mobile ability with our GSD transit security. And then the other portion of that is going to be used for our long-range security plan.
Great segue into the next question. What is the latest on the short-term security plan?
The short-term security plan, as you know, Madam Chair, was submitted. That does not necessarily mean that we are done with that. We're continually improving on it. Our CT process is evolving. I think that we're continuing to see what we're going to do with security and how we're going to have them structured to help with a better response and a quicker response and better coverage, as well as just continuing to look to see for better ideas on how we can improve security.
Thank you. And probably, I'm going to assume you probably don't have this. Well, I'm going to assume that you don't have this yet. But any SOPs for the Metro Security Division, has any of that been developed, or is it in the process, or?
Madam Chair, I will defer to.
Okay, we're going back. Transit security, Metro security, kind of going back and forth. Sorry.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, we are finalizing the most recent draft of our SOPs. We submitted up the first 14 of them through our administration for review. We anticipate having all of them rolled out here before the middle of the month. Part of it will be a distribution plan where we will be able to get them to, because it will also be for our posts as well as the security buses themselves. So a matter of getting them out, making sure the officers are briefed up on the latest, and having copies, both paper as well as electronic, so that they can access them directly.
Great. Did you say the middle of the month? Or just it's being submitted for review?
So I have already submitted up the finalized drafts up through my deputy director and director. And so once we get the actual go-ahead for that, they will go out, and they can go out immediately because we'll take them out both paper and electronically.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pena, you had asked a question earlier, and you might be better if you want to still follow up on this, but in previous budgets, the 10 full-time employees for the art and those specific areas for the station maintenance. Did you get an answer to that already?
I don't think I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the question was that last year, and I think Jesse helped to send over something, or I think Rachel had it in our packet, but last year we had that you had 10 positions for cleaning, maintaining the art stations, and you were, or that's not accurate. Oh, am I not? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have the notes in front of me, but I guess you were trying to achieve the 10 positions to clean the art, and then you had, I think at the time you said you had 6, 10 would be ideal. So we funded 3 additional positions to get you up to 10, so I guess you had 7. And then now we're hearing that there are only 2 positions.
It's the bus stop workers, right? Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, these are the bus stop worker positions. So I believe we originally had 8, correct? And we got funded for an additional 3, so that did put us to 11. I believe the time that I came on last year, we had 6 during the summer, and we actually fell to only 4 of those positions. So if you can recall, going into the fall, it was difficult. We were just struggling to keep up with cleaning the stops. So I can say at this point right now that we have 8 that are staffed, and we are in the process of interviews for the last 3. And we have a substantial applicant pool that we're trying to weed down so that we're not having to interview so many people. So I fully believe that we'll be fully staffed by the end of the month. And with that, additionally, we did get some extra vehicles from Fleet, that gently used vehicles, that will help us too, because we didn't have enough vehicles to have all those bus stop workers. But I think you'll see hopefully a big difference as we go into the summer this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe this question is to Jesse. Here it says that based on staffing levels, the department has 2 positions budgeted dedicated for the art corridor.
And Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, if I might, those are probably the 2 positions that we do have that work specifically on the art corridor. The other positions, it's for the entire system of the stops. But that's not to say if we're not seeing, a lot of activity and trash on the art corridor or wherever it might be in the city that we would maneuver those positions to help cover.
Madam Chair, so I think that the funding, though, last year was for the 3 additional positions for the art corridor. So are you planning on hiring another one, or? Because you said you have 2 dedicated, according to our notes anyway. Doesn't sound accurate.
Yeah.
Our notes say we
I'm not sure about that. I just know total, bus stop maintainers that we've had was 8. We got the additional 3, which takes us up to 11. Like I said, we should be fully staffed for that at 11. Right now, we do have 2 that are dedicated to art. Again, that still leaves us another 6 employees for the rest of the city that we are pulling in on occasion to help out with art too. Not to mention, I do know that solid waste also does help us out on the art corridor as well.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Payne says he has something to add.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, I could just add that, we do divide the city up into 6 quadrants. We do focus 2 individuals specifically to the art. And then so we have other bus stop workers that kind of spill over also into the central corridor. And in adding these 3 additional positions, what we're going to do is kind of let them be on call. And so they're going to, attend to the areas that are most important. And so most of the time, the most important area is the central corridor and the art stations. And so I think you will definitely see an increase in FTE assigned to the art stations and the central corridor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you. Appreciate it. I know that was just a big concern. I mean, just going on the bus and looking, and when we're talking about public safety, as I said, not just, bringing law enforcement and throwing people off the bus, but one of the big components of public safety is making sure that people feel safe in that environment, that it's clean. And so good. I'm glad you're getting fully staffed. Thank you.
One more question, Director. On April 13th, an application for 20 battery electric buses was made to the FTA Lower No Emission Grant Program. Do we know when the results of this grant application will be known?
Madam Chair, it should be around September.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here and taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your questions. Appreciate it.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is legal. Lauren Keefe, City Attorney. FY24 proposed general fund budget of $8.4 million, 66 general fund positions. Included in the proposed budget, the transfer of Office of Equity and Inclusion to the Finance Administrative Services Department. That includes 9 FTEs and 2 grant-funded positions. Total personnel budget transfer of $1.1 million and operating budget of $311,000, sorry. Increase in travel and training operating budget of $78,000. That is offset by inactivating the ADR specialist position. And Director Keefe and staff are here to answer your questions.
Good morning. It's really weird to think that you're Director Keefe.
Yes.
Hello. Good evening. Will you please introduce those? And I know we kind of met a little bit earlier, but go ahead and introduce
Yes,
those.
so I have Crystal Hernandez, our fiscal manager, here with us. And then you also, you met Ms. Jackson, she's a deputy of operations. Mr. Morrow could not be here tonight, but I think you all know him.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking it out and staying around. Counselors, questions? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Keefe, I was just curious, this conversation came up in other departments, and I was just a little confused. When any department within the city needs legal services, we would come to you, including City Council. If there was a situation where you couldn't provide that because of a conflict or something like that, would your department then provide outside counsel to city departments when needed?
Council Chair, Council Feeblecorn, yes, that is what we do. We have a list of outside counsel, and we arrange for that counsel to provide those services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's paid for out of your budget?
No, not necessarily. If I'm correct, it depends. Yeah, it's frequently paid for out of the department budget.
Madam Chair, just one more follow-up. So if your services are free to, say, City Council, but you can't provide that service because you're conflicted out, why would the department need to pay for that?
So it really just depends. Some departments have contracts, have regular assigned outside counsel, and they pay for those contracts. I think on a conflict basis, usually we do pay for it.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Just to clarify, I'll be very, very clear about where I'm going with this. So with IG and IA,
yes,
if we do on the proposed ordinance update that we were thinking with the three-step phases of, first city attorney's office, then conflict counsel, and then contracting outside attorneys, is that something that can be used in the legal department's budget versus from IG or IA?
Council Chair, I don't think there's anything in our budget to pay for that. And for the other example, when we change the CPOA ordinance, CPOA will also be paying for its outside counsel. There are other departments that have a regular assigned outside counsel, and those departments pay for that outside counsel.
So if we go to option 2 with conflict counsel, because the city attorney's office can't do it, you're saying that we wouldn't use the budget from your conflict counsel budget portion?
Generally, no. We do sometimes, but we have, for example, we've now put 2 firms on contract for the IG, and that was designated for her budget, or for that department's budget.
Okay. Any other questions, counselors, for now? Counselor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the, looks like, the lion's share of the change from last year is the Department of Equity and Inclusion moving out of your office.
Yes, that's correct.
A little over $1 million, like 1.3 million, I guess. It's going to Department of Finance. Just find it interesting. And you mentioned Inspector General. I'd point out the Inspector General's office, the budget is about half the size of the Department of Equity and Inclusion. Do you feel like that's the right place for that office, or just to get under finance?
Council Chair, Councilor Lewis, that's really not my call. It's not my decision it wasn't my decision to move it. It's not my decision where it goes.
Did you supervise the?
Madam Chair, I can
Yara?
help answer that question. Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, the decision to move the Office of Equity and Inclusion, along with the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency and the Office of Emergency Management, was actually done on my advice, only in order to align our workflows on the back end of our financial system. My department shares a fiscal officer with OEI, and also I would like to share my HR coordinator with the Office of Equity and Inclusion, along with those 2 other offices. This would not change the authority that those directors have over their staff. I will not be directing them. It is purely a logistical move to help us with those workflows. Right now, these offices, their requisitions and payments are getting bounced around to 3 or 4 different department directors, and it's very confusing. So that is purely why this move is being made. It is not political or any, as I said, I'm not going to have authority over these directors. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I didn't even cross my mind that it was political or anything like that. I was just interested in. But the city attorney was supervising. So it was just landed under that department, you know, for logistical reasons, I guess.
I was not. OEI was part of the legal department, but I did not supervise that program.
Do we have other departments like that just kind of fall into another department without any kind of supervision of the director?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, these offices, emergency management, equity and inclusion, they are offices. They have directors. Those directors participate in all the reindeer games, all the director activities. They are supervised by the administration. They're not supervised by the department they might be attached to. Emergency management is a great example. I think they've bounced in the several, over the years, they were administratively attached to APD, and then they were in fire, and now we're moving them. And the challenge that Director Yara spoke of is real. Like, they were orphan offices that weren't big enough to have support staff for HR or for fiscal. So they were having to share with these other departments, and in some cases they were, clearly they were orphans. They didn't really belong there. So we're trying to correct that and get them all under one administrative roof so that they can have the support that they need to operate effectively.
Madam Chair, just comment, I guess, for the council more. It's just because it's, I think, part of our job is to look at just any kind of discrepancies and, when it comes to finances and budgets. And, when you have a department like the Inspector General, it's really a fraction of the budget of a department like Office of Equity Inclusion. Again, I just think that when it comes to priority and it comes to, policy, that's a part of our process here with this budget, is, recognizing some of those areas of equity or inequity.
Any other questions, counselors? So how many legal contracts do we have as far as for different councils that are not within the city attorney's office?
So not contracts that come out of my department, but how many, I really don't know if I know that number. Do you know that number?
About 60. About 60?
Yeah.
Okay. And so going back to OEI, it was in my notes, and I don't know if this is correct or not, and I realize it's probably not your answer, but is OEI, even though they're moving over to DFAS, are they being kind of split up into two groups or no? Okay. Good answer. That makes sense. Now, what about the Office of Civil Rights? Where does that fall? Is that in legal?
Yes, the Office of Civil Rights remains in legal.
I would like some information on follow-up of how that's structured, and yet we never see anything about that, but yet we also have OEI in there as something different too. So if we can get some information, I guess, on the breakdown of, is there a specific portion of your budget that goes to the Office of Civil Rights?
Well, there's a certain number of personnel assigned to the Office of Civil Rights. There's a director, an attorney, and a program manager.
So may I please get a breakdown of all of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And we already talked earlier about the hours tracked for each attorney, and we're going to work on it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much for being here. All right, Mr. Noel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we have the Human Resources Department with Anthony Romero as Director. The FY '24 proposed general fund budget is $4,215,000 with 26 general fund positions. The risk management fund is, the HR portion of the risk management fund is $2.1 million with 6 positions. The group's self-insurance fund is $94,917,000, and the employee insurance fund is $7.7 million with 13 positions. The general fund includes non-recurring funding of $125,000 for background check software and non-recurring reductions of $587,000 for professional development, class and compensation study, and employee engagement survey. The group's self-insurance fund, Fund 710, decreases by $2.1 million and $4.7 million for reductions in medical claims and health insurance respectively, due in part to opening the on-site Better Health Clinic in the basement of City Hall. Prescription claim payments increased by $25,000 and stop-loss insurance decreases by $177,000. And I turn it over to Director Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Good evening, councilors.
Welcome,
Gives me
Director.
pleasure to introduce a great team of humans that helps me every day with the Department of Human Resources and our daily operations to support the entire city and all the city departments that exist. In order of no awesomeness at all, we have Patricia Tafoya Harris, who's our Deputy Director, Tanya Gallegos, our Fiscal Manager, Tom Darling, who oversees our Employee Learning Center located in the basement of City Hall, right across the hall from our new Better Health Clinic, Tim Rivera, our HR Manager with Insurance and Benefits Division, Diane Kimberly, who oversees our Labor and Employee Relations, Anita Padilla, who oversees our Employment and Classification and Compensation Division, and finally, Locke Trong, who is a staple of the Human Resources Department. We are ready to stand for questions.
Welcome to all of you for being here. Thank you for sticking around. Counselors, questions for HR? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Councilor Lewis, did you have some? Oh, okay. I just had one quick question, Director. Thanks for being here. Nice to see the whole department here. This is cool. I saw that you had requested in a recruiter position that was not funded. And I just wondered if you could explain the difference between that. And I know recently we did approve a contract for recruitment. Are you going to be able to do all the recruitment that is needed with that contractor? Or is this still an outstanding need for your department?
So just looking at, so if you've seen some of the, one of the attachments that we included was called the quiet crisis, which a lot of public sector employers are experiencing, much like the city of Albuquerque, right? With, after pandemic, an array of challenges that we have. One of the biggest gaps that we have had in HR is a recruiter position that would actually help each department do some strategic recruiting, especially as things change. It's an ever-changing, evolving, dynamic world. So that recruiter has always sort of been on the wish list. With the HR coordinators that we have that live at the departments, as well as our team in the employment classification compensation group, we can get by without that recruiter position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, recruitment seems like a very important thing. That is the number one thing I hear from every director. So I just want to make sure that we are covered for recruitment for all the departments. So if you tell me this is good, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselors, other questions? I do have a few. It says here there's a 57-day time frame of hiring an applicant is what the HR department strives for. When does that timeline begin?
So that begins once the position is advertised.
And how long does it take to send an offer letter once a decision is made to hire somebody?
Madam Chair, sorry, I forgot my etiquette earlier. The last couple of questions, my apologies. That we'd like to get that offer letter out as soon as the department has completed all stages of the approval process, which typically the last step of that process is when the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Lawrence Royale, signs off. Departments drive the offer letter process. So as soon as they get the sign off from the CAO, they are able to print out that offer letter that comes directly from the department director.
And does the CAO approve every single position that's hired in the city of Albuquerque?
Currently, all positions that are permanent does not, the CAO, Madam Chair, does not approve any of our temp staff, which encompasses temporary temps, student temps, or seasonal temps.
And let's see, typically once these issue paper, I know you said departments, so I don't know if you're going to be able to answer this because you said that the departments drive the process, but once the offer is made and it's going to the CAO, how long does it take to come back to HR from there, typically?
It really depends right now, and that's why we have, our goal is 60 days from the time that that position is advertised to the time that the CAO signs off on the hire.
Okay, and then the last question I have, well, actually it's a suggestion for future goals, is somebody brought up maybe if the city could ponder and try to think about adding in daycare for city employees.
Madam Chair, that is an excellent point. We have spoken about that, and we've also received some feedback recently in a benefits survey that we sent out. Tim Rivera, did we get any discussions about that opened?
We recently, Madam Chair, in answer to your question, we recently released the survey, I want to say 3-4 weeks ago, and our consultant is finalizing the analysis. One of the questions did ask employees if they would like additional benefits such as on-site daycare, and as soon as we have the answer, we'll pass that up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if any of the other counselors or even other city employees have received it, but I'm an insurance person, before I'm a city councilor. And one of the things that I received that was on a city letterhead was an actual solicitation from one of my competitors in insurance that actually is disguised as a city envelope. And when you open it up, it's an advertisement for actual other insurance agent. So I am very, very confused about that and concerned that we are getting a letter that's in a city envelope, and I've never received it before until I recently became a city employee. So I'm just wondering if you know of it. If not, it just doesn't seem like it's legal or proper to be advertising for an insurance agency through the city. And if that's the case, then other people should have that opportunity as well. But I was looking for the pictures right now. I couldn't find it, but I do have the photos, and I'm willing to show it to you.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, valid concern. Please share those photos with me, but Tim Rivera will be able to.
So the city of Albuquerque has a number of voluntary benefits, including auto and home. And we recently went through an RFP, awarded a contract to MetLife Farmers Product. And part of our process in offering that voluntary product to our employees is to ensure that they receive information about the product. So our carrier is reaching out to our employees and advertising their wares. I'm not aware of them using a city of Albuquerque envelope. I really would like to see that, and in fact, when I get back to the shop tomorrow morning, I'll give them a call and ask them to send me a copy of it.
Thank you. It's the envelope that actually says city, and then when you open up the envelope, it's actually an advertisement for a farmer's insurance agent.
Okay. The farmer's letter, Madam Chair, council member, the letter from farmers is accurate. That is accurate. I will look into the envelope
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for being here. Kudos to you for upping your hiring game. Thank you.
We appreciate
We
your
need it.
support, council. Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Up is city support, FY24 proposed general fund budget of $38.4 million. Most of you know this 0 positions in here. It's basically set up as a transactional department. Send money for transfers, to fund debt service, to fund the early retirement program. So this is where this sits, and that's where you see 0 positions in here. General fund budget decreases include one-time funding as follows: vehicle capital and other transfers by $22.3 million, funding for housing vouchers by $3 million. Next, we got funding for the early retirement program decreased by $1 million. The GRT administration fee payment increased by $1.1 million, and that's simply a derivative of increased revenue. The GRT debt service transfer increased by $5.3 million as a result of the issuance of the final Series 2022 bonds. And last, we got transfers to capital for LEDA projects is funded at $1 million. And Ms. Yara, myself, and Mr. Noel will stand for questions for this department.
Counselors, any questions about city support? It's kind of the department that gets overlooked because it's a department, non-department. All right, let's move on.
All right. Next up, Madam Chair, Finance and Administrative Services. Steph Yara, Director. FY24 proposed general fund budget, $15.1 million, 100 general fund positions, other funds inclusive, $67.6 million, 47 positions. General fund budget inclusions include $3.3 million in personnel and operating from EDD, fire, and legal for the transfers of MRA, OEM, OEI, and non-recurring funding is reduced by $164,000 for budget system support and the CTS replacement. Lodgers, next up, Lodgers Tax Fund 220 and Hospitality Fee Fund 221. Combined appropriations increased by $2.9 million with an anticipated increase in revenues. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Yara is here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome, Director.
Thank you,
Will
Madam Chair
please-
and councilors. I'll introduce everybody, have everybody stand. Sorry, my department's kind of big now. I'll start with Michelle Melendez. She's the Director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion, and I'll let her introduce her staff there.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. My staff are Tiff Bankhurst is our fiscal officer. Don Begay is the head of Native American Affairs. Beatriz Valencia is the head of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. And Nicole Rogers is the head of Black Community Engagement. That's half of our team.
Thank you, Michelle, and I'll let Mr. Roger Ebner. He's the Director of the Office of Emergency Management. And then Mr. Terry Bruner, if you want to, he's with MRA.
Madam Chair, councilors, I have with me Karen Iverson, who's our MRA manager.
And then I just want to give a shout out to my Deputy Director, Donna Sandoval. She's also our City Controller, and my division managers, Celia Agliolor, she's the Treasurer, Risk Manager Jeanette Chavez, Jennifer Bradley, Procurement Officer. We have Alan Gutowski, he is the Risk Finance Manager, and Daphne Martin, she is my Fiscal Officer, which I share with some of these offices.
Welcome to all of you. It's like the room's going to be half empty, but I choose to believe it'll be half full in just a little bit. All right, questions, counselors? All right.
You got to have one question with all these people up here.
Oh, no, you're going to get questions.
Okay.
I took notes, remember? Okay, you have a question? Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I think, for OEI. Local purchasing since inception. 2018 spend with local was 54, is that 54? I'm not quite sure, 54 million. And by 2022, you were at 61.5%. What is your ultimate goal?
Madam Chair and councilors, our goal is to help more companies that are owned by people of color to learn how to do business with the city. And one of the ways of doing that is to increase the local spend with companies that are based in New Mexico or based in Albuquerque, actually. So we know that 40% of businesses in Albuquerque are owned by people of color. And so getting them to be able to do business with the city helps us reach that goal of increasing more minority participation in city government spending. And so we do that in many, many different ways. We work closely with the Department of Finance and Purchasing in specific, and with departments who themselves have that goal of trying to diversify with whom they do business. So we often have relationships with the Asian American Business Collaborative, with the American Indian Chamber of Commerce, and with the Black Community Chamber. And we invite them. We have a Black Business Summit. We have an American Indian Business Summit that we co-sponsor and bring city folks to come and teach community members and business owners how to become vendors with the city and how to get on the RFP list and how to participate. And then we often just share lists of local community owned companies that are owned by people of color to do business with different departments. And we ourselves really prioritize bringing in those small companies so that they can do business with the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question I have is for Treasury, and it's about year-to-date short-term rental fees and the revenue. Curious to see what each person pays on average in fees for one rental night. Just curious.
I don't know that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I'm sorry we don't actually collect that information. We're only collecting information on the amount of permit fee that they're remitting to the city. So we don't collect data on the price of the stays at the short-term rentals. I apologize.
Okay, so you just have the 78,198 as the actual
Yes.
fee collected year to date. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Yara, Director Yara, sorry. I know it's late, and I don't want you to have to give a really long answer, but if you can't answer it shortly tonight, I'd love to talk to you. I would love to understand how the risk management line item is calculated every year, and how that 1.2% increase was decided upon.
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Feeblecorn. So every year, Mr. Gutowski goes through an exercise. It's called the Cost of Risk Allocation, or CORA. And what he does is he goes back and looks at the historical experience of each department and what claims have been filed. And he tries to allocate that back to those departments equitably. And also another component of that is, over the years, the risk fund has been not funded in the amount that it should be, and we have a recovery program. We're on the back end of that right now, so that's an additional amount that we collect on top of the CORA amounts. I do believe Mr. Muniz has a copy of that CORA spreadsheet for you to review, and I think Mr. Gutowski would be happy to answer any other specific questions with this process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll look at the spreadsheet that Mr. Munoz has, but and on that spreadsheet, does it show the catch-up amount as well?
Yes, I believe
Above
it
the CORA?
does, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess for Office of Equity and Inclusion, there was actually a council resolution, R 2085 in 2020, that dealt with the CIP scoring process and racial. There was a racial equity criterion that was added to that. So, do you have any outcomes? And also, I was gonna ask you that from what you were talking about before and how you help businesses do business with the city of Albuquerque. I did want to ask you how you're tracking that success. I mean, what is, what, are you tracking that data? I mean, how are you measuring that? And then, so there's that, and then the other is specifically the outcomes related to whether some of those investments in the GeoBond or CIP are up in those areas of high social vulnerability.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. Yes, even before R27 or 85 was passed, Mayor Keller had prioritized investing GeoBond dollars in areas that had been underinvested historically. And so we've been taking a look with the GIS department at a 5-year trend to see what the investments have looked like in terms of where in the city. And we use a social vulnerability index map that really looks at poverty, minority participation or minority population, language, and a few other factors. And so what we've noticed, and that report is in the middle of being compiled right now, taking into account the 2021 GeoBond, and the direction is moving in the right direction. So more investment has been going gradually to areas of the city that had been historically underinvested. And so as soon as we have that report finalized with GIS, it's actually a assignment of GIS, and we're participating with them. That's often how we work, is we're being asked to help come in and consult and help another department look at their issues through an equity lens. But we know from preliminary information that the direction is moving in the right direction, and more investment is happening in parts of the city where there have been underinvestments in the past. And part of the way that we helped implement our 2085 was to develop that criteria, and it became it added to the 15 criteria that already existed on which CIP projects are scored at the staff level. And so each department, as they're proposing a project, has to indicate where geographically in the city that project is, and then what score, the SVI score, is associated with that census tract. And if it is in an area of high social vulnerability, then it gets points. And it's not so many points that it would change the outcome if it was not a good project on all of the other 15 criteria. But it does make a difference when it's borderline, and it is supposed to help elevate those projects that are borderline in relation to others. And so far, it looks like it's moving in the right direction, but it'll take a long time to really understand the impact long-term of making that kind of a structural change.
Like I can see I understand about it being scored. What is it that would change it? If it's a good project, is it a better project when it's in a area of high social vulnerability? I mean, how does it go from being in one area of the city to saying, hey, this would be a better project if it was in this area of the city? Who makes those decisions, and is that done with having it in mind that, hey, it would be better in this part of the city because this is an area of high social vulnerability? Mm-hmm. Has that specifically happened? Are you seeing that?
Madam Chair and councilors, no, we don't recommend that projects be moved. More so, it's based on what the project is as it is proposed and where it is proposed, whether it rises in terms of, because there are many more projects proposed than there are approved. Okay, so it could have a difference.
So that's just happening. It's happening because it's a good project, and it's a good project in a certain area of town, not because it's as much as it's in that certain area of town, as much as it's just the fact it's a good project. And then you're coming in and you're scoring it. And I'm just trying to understand that process, but I appreciate that. And then just real quickly, how you're measuring what you were talking about earlier, your office's time and investment and efforts into helping businesses and business owners do business with the city, how you're measuring that.
Madam Chair and councilors, what we do is we work with Department of Finance and Purchasing to really look at the overall of the city, the amount of spend. Right now, it's relatively low. It's 12% of the total spend for the city of Albuquerque is with minority-owned companies. And so relative to the population that is people of color that is well above that, we would expect to see much more business with companies owned by people of color, all things being equal. So some of the things that we do is give recommendations for how we could purchase differently, how we could follow some of the federal guidelines that really encourage departments to look and really try to look for companies that are owned by people of color and see if they're capable of doing it, if they have the bonding and the insurance capacity, if they can partner with another company to do those things. And so the Minority Business Enterprise ordinance that is on the books right now does not provide for preference points like it does for local. So the emphasis has been on local purchasing, and there is a maximum number of points that can be applied, the preference points, and so that max is 10 points, I believe. So there are no points for minority participation. That's a tool that other cities have used to try to increase the city's spend with minority-owned companies. And we haven't taken that step, so ours is much more of a awareness building and inviting companies to participate in educating and then encouraging departments to really make efforts to purchase with minority-owned companies. So it's a report card.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I'm assuming that you measure that by the percentages that you mentioned and being able to get certain data certain times throughout the year over a period of time that would the hopes would be that would increase by the efforts that you're putting into it right now. And then beyond that, making recommendations possibly for minority-owned businesses, incentives on RFPs and bidding with the city and things like that. Yeah. Okay.
Counselors, any other questions? Don't you have some, Counselor Pena?
I think I'll just ask a question that I was asking during the budget briefings. I was just looking at our portfolio earnings with our investments, and I just had a question. When we're looking at investments, are we looking at socially conscious investments?
Yes, Madam Chair and Councilor Pena. Unfortunately, we're bound by a few things that don't allow us to focus our investments to certain companies. We are under the state statutes as to what we can invest in. We generally can't invest in high-risk individual companies because of our stewardship of the public funds. Additionally, there's a prudent investor rule that we need to follow, and that means through our strategic allocation plan, we have to consider the risk of each of the classes of those investments that we're buying and kind of target an amount that we want to earn. And unfortunately, there's not enough ESG or environmentally social governance companies to invest in, and no index. Usually we do mutual fund indexes we can track and try to mimic. No such thing exists for ESG companies. So it's just a bit hard with our restraints on the statutory side, and there just not being that many companies out there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to stick with OEI just for now. One counselor wanted to know and confirm if female-owned is considered minority.
Pardon?
Is female-owned considered minority?
Madam Chair and councilors, not considered minority, but there is, we do collect on the city's modified W-9 whether a company is owned by people of color, veterans, local, or minority-owned, or women-owned. And there are preference points for women-owned businesses.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I made a mistake. There are no preference points for women-owned.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think, so it's kind of tying in with this, and then I guess, can you please make sure to follow up with economic development as well? Because there was some conversation that we would like to see a chart of some of the outreach comparisons between OEI and EDD. So I know economic development is not, well, you kind of, I mean, So we need to make sure to get those comparisons if we can. Does that make sense?
Madam Chair, an outreach comparison of who we do outreach with?
Yes, please.
We can supply that, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any initial, oh, you did that one, Counselor Lewis, thank you. That one can wait. And then the last one, I think, is there was a request for an economic analysis for the past couple of years on the event of the Hispanic and Native American Convention and Tourism Promotion. So I guess I'm going back to Ms. Yara, sorry, Ms. Melendez. So can we please get an economic analysis for the past couple of years on that event?
Okay, Madam Chair, you want to know how much money Hispano Chamber has brought in through our partnership?
It was kind of your question. You had asked, you said you would like to have an economic analysis for the past couple of years on the event that's on page 27 regarding the Lodgers Hospitality, Visit Albuquerque, Hispanic and Native American Convention and Tourism. No?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Muniz.
I just want to jump in. The question was, we had noted that the National Collegiate Road Championships was going to have a direct spend impact of $1 million this weekend for people coming in. The conversation that came about was, Councilor Peña, I believe you were curious, I believe it was with the Lowrider Super Show, the economic analysis that indicated $6 million local economy impact. And so we were kind of curious where $1 million for the collegiate championships came in versus the $6 million impact for the Super Show. So we were just trying to figure out how these numbers were derived.
Okay.
Okay, if that.
We can all sleep on it, and I will make sure to make notes
Yeah,
and then circle back too.
Yeah, Madam Chair, actually, Director Simon would be the best person to answer about the collegiate biking thing. Sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to
Counselor.
say you took amazing notes. Not even I remember some of the things I talked about.
Okay. So, okay, that one we did earlier too. Is there still a committee that meets regularly regarding LIDA projects?
LIDA projects?
Apparently there used to be a committee, particularly Councilor Jones used to sit on it, and she hasn't been invited to it in a while.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that is actually Max Gruner's shop, and I will ask him and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I guess because we were looking at the LIDA funds in the last 2 years that she asked the question during today, but thank you. And I think that's it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Noel, I
Thank
think
you.
I think I get to say last but not least, right?
I think you're right, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, up next is aviation. It's an enterprise fund. Richard McCurley is the director. The FY24 proposed operating budget is $70,548,000 with 299 positions. The proposed budget includes the FY23 mid-year creation of the Aviation Strategic Program Manager position at $136,000. Wage adjustments for 7 custodian positions totaling $95,000 combined. And the budget proposes a $1.6 million increase in revenues by increasing parking fees by $1. And I turn it over to Director McCurley.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Director. Please tell us who is the all-night troopers this year.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So starting at the end down there, Manny Manriquez, he is our, Innovation and Commercial Development Manager. Drawing a blank right now, it's late. And then we have Associate Director Peter Parati. He's over strategic programming for us. And then we have our Fiscal Manager, Josh Castellano Gonzalez. And then we have our Deputy Director of Operations, Brian Boyd. A little late.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. All right, counselors, this is it. We're in the home stretch. What questions do we have for aviation? You, okay. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. So I know we've talked about this a couple times, but I just want to ask, within this budget, what is being funded as far as sustainability efforts go for the airport?
So on sustainability, we don't have the direct amounts, but I can tell you what we're doing in regards to sustainability. So the first thing is that we're still pursuing the electric buses. We had a little setback this go around with the FAA. We had a short timeline of approximately 6 weeks to get our bid into them. We did a bid process, which was an RFP in order to meet that. Unfortunately, we did not have any bids on it that were met the requirements and everything. So we're going to be putting back out this year under an RFP and with a long timeline to hold that bid amount for that proposal so that we can get it into the FAA so that we can meet the requirements with them. So that's the first item. We're pursuing a grant with the FAA to order 4 electric pickup trucks to replace the vehicles. We were given that. We're finalizing with them to get them the bid information, and we have already are about to put the award out to the vendor on those 4 electric pickup trucks. Next one is we're pursuing carbon accreditation through the ACI. That's the Airports Council International. They have a 6-step process that you can go to each level. We're starting the first process, which will take us about 9 months, which is the inventory of carbon at the airport. It's a program that's out with the airports across the nation. There's about 20 in that process at the first level, and then different levels to where you get to the top level, which is about 5 airports. DFW and a few others have obtained that. And then we're looking at rental car facility. We're going to be looking at solar power there. We're between the 65 to 95% on that design. We're going through phasing with the rental car companies because it's going to be taking down areas there. So we're having to really look at that phasing plan on that. But we're about 65 to 95% on that. And then the last item we're doing is we're looking at a grant for looking at a study for a microgrid for the airport.
That's great. Madam Chair, just a couple of follow-ups. Did you say that the carbon inventory is done, or is that the first step that you're in the process of doing?
That's first step. We're working with a consulting company to gather that information for the inventory so that we can submit it to the ACI so we can get that first level accreditation.
Great. And Madam Chair, one more on this one. We had spoken some time ago about, all the contracts with all the businesses that are at the airport, putting some sort of sustainability requirements or clauses in those. Did that happen? Is that going to happen at some point?
Sustainability, we are looking at as far as like when we are going to our concessions program for recycling. So we are looking at that program to beef that up. We do have a recycling program, but we're going to step it up in the concessions contract.
So the only clauses in those contracts would be for recycling, nothing else on sustainability?
We usually manage the electrical systems and everything else as part of the systems and all that. So like the rental car facility going to solar power, we take over those responsibilities. Most of them are internal to our building, and they operate off our systems predominantly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last question of the evening. So in our notes, it says that the revenue lease for the Hydrogen Hub project should be sent to City Council soon. What can you tell us about that?
We are finalizing negotiations with them. We're in the red line stage. We're targeting that we should complete that by the end of May. We're working hard because we want to try to get it on your calendars for the council meetings. We have talked to them. Worst case scenario, it will be coming to council probably in August for that lease agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who's them?
I'm sorry, that's Universal Hydrogen.
Okay, so Madam Chair, the Hydrogen Hub will be only Universal Hydrogen.
My apologies. Let me get back to that. On that, I didn't catch that when you said Hydrogen Hub. Let me bring in my gentleman who's expert on that piece of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn. So it sounds like you're referring to the New Mexico hydrogen hub project. That is a 4-state project, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's what I thought I was referring to, which is
Okay.
why I was confused when you said
Okay,
universal hydrogen.
okay.
So, okay.
So we're not actually applicants or co-applicants on that hydrogen hub project. That's a state initiative. But, you know, I think we can say if we are awarded that grant as a hydrogen hub, I think that would really accelerate our efforts to develop out the hydrogen economy in New Mexico. And certainly the other projects that we're pursuing, the Universal Hydrogen at the Aviation Center of Excellence, the Manufacturing Center, is one of those particular projects that would really benefit greatly from an award of that grant. So there's a tie-in there, but we're not party to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, as you probably remember, I'm a big fan of universal hydrogen because
Yes.
it's green hydrogen, but I would like to be kept aware and up to date on what other partners are being considered for that program at our airport.
Absolutely. We'll keep you
Thank you,
apprised.
Madam Chair.
Counselor Lewis.
Madam Chair and Director, the dollar increase to the parking fees, it's, and I understand it's generally raising about $1.6 million. It would seem to me that you know, most of the revenue or a lot of the revenue that you look at that comes to the airport is generated by, well, like rental car, you know, fees and that go along with that are primarily paid by tourists. I mean, tourists pay for that. What seems to be different about this is that our parking and an increase to our parking would be something that I would think that generally citizens of Albuquerque are going to pay for. And so when we're looking at a dollar increase or revenue of $1.6 million, I think you could probably say that that's going to fall mainly on taxpayers in Albuquerque that are paying for that specifically. And so are there alternatives to that? Are there other ways that you can, and if $1.6 million go into more capital funds, what are some alternative sources of funding rather than putting that increase on the backs of taxpayers that are already, you know, that are using, you know, that parking structure?
So when you look at funds like the rental car facility, those are being directed and utilized to maintain those facilities and for the growth and build out of those. We can capture some of those, but then we use those for other capital projects. What we're looking at for the parking garage, the reason why for the 1.6 is that we're almost at the end of life for that parking garage. It's at 36 years right now. Parking garages run about 40. We're looking at a $12 million capital project right now for the garage for renovations to maintain it so we can extend the life between 8 to 10 years. When you're looking at that and the end of life, we have some enabling projects that we have to do, like extended roadway, also relocation of our facility for our shuttle buses in preparation for a new parking garage that we'll have to develop. New parking garage is going to run us between $90 to $120 million for a 3,400 parking space garage. So when you look at it and the allocation of current projects that we have, we're looking at long-term that in about 8 to 10 years, we will have to build a new garage or replace that one to have a garage that meets the standards that we need. You have to try to find ways to bear, but when you look at our overall projects that we have at the airport and the timelines in our 5-year plan that we can go in more detail with you, we can sit down with you, show our capital program that we have for the next 5 years. We're looking at this is probably going to go by the 8 to 10 year mark. We're looking at a study that we have to start this enabling projects and phasing these all out. So when you look at it, you have a $90 to $120 million project, plus you have another $15 million build out for our shuttle facility. Rental car will handle that. They'll be under their cost. But you look at these capital costs that we're going to have to bear, and it's the users that use the garage. It is the, you can say citizens, but it is the users of the facility. As airports go with the FAA, you have to look at sustainability for your facilities. They look at us for the grant assurances that we have to make sure we have a viable facility, offer the amenities and services that are needed. And so one of those is parking, which is by the users, so we have to charge a fee for that. And also we have to plan for the future.
for those.
Does that break even as far as the current fees on the current parking structures? Is it gaining revenue? Or are you banking it toward the new capital projects?
This is going to start banking it, and we're
But I
looking
mean, what's
at,
it doing now? I mean, is it just covering costs? Or?
right now, no, we actually gain, and that'll be going in. We'll be appropriating the money for these build-outs and everything, because we're probably looking at having to do a revenue bond with the shortfall that we'll have in the 8 to 10 years.
Counselor Pena.
Madam Chair, so I don't fly, so I haven't been to the airport. So the lowrider display, that's not up right now, is it?
No, ma'am. That was over a certain time period, and that's been removed from the airport.
So you're not planning on reinstituting it?
Right now, we have limited space on the redesign. We've shifted where the TSA checkpoint is moving forward, and then we've moved some of our concessions on the Great Hall area. We are looking at art displays for the future. We're also adding in the new build-out, $3 million of artwork will be put out on display and everything. But we are looking at art programs for the future once we start getting past the construction.
Okay. It was just great to have them there because it's, part and parcel of our culture. And then I know you got international recognition for that display. So that, and then are you in the process of, or did you already, I know you're kind of, doing the RFPs for all the vendors and the concessions. Is that finalized? Is it still in the process?
RFP went out, and we're almost at the 30-day period. Then we get into the responses from the questions for the addendum. And then after that, there'll be another 30 days for them to have those questions and put their package together. So the RFP is out for a 90-day period. And then after that, we get into the evaluation period, which is about 30 to 60 days that we targeted for that.
Okay. And so I'm hearing that there's, a lot of people from out of state coming in and applying for the RFP. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if that's public information or not, but I'm just concerned. I know there's a lot of local mom and pops that operate there at the airport, and I just am concerned, and I'm just being hypersensitive about, bringing in these international companies or national companies when, we have local mom and pops who run some of the concessions now, and I'm just hoping that, they get points for operating here in New Mexico for so long.
So on the package I can talk about that's out there in the public forum is that we have 6 packages. And so it was to address that issue that we had the availability that local companies could bid on the package. We have one prime, which is 10 packages, 10 units. We have a second one that is 2 units, another one that's 2 units, and then we have 2 that are 1 units. Is that 5? 5.
That's right, 5, yeah.
5, sorry, 5 units. And it makes it available to the locals on the 1 units to be able to get into the market and bid on these. And then we also did on this was that we also lowered the DBE score percentages on that so that local companies who are individual companies on those 1 units would meet the DBE in order to get into the concession services at the airport.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I would add, just to add, is that we are looking at an RFP package, a new package for us, which is going to have small kiosks, which are about 100 square feet, which will be where we're going to call it artisan craft, which will get the local companies that don't have the capital in order to get in one of these large units, so they can get an entry into the airport concessions, work with the larger concessions and get their product into their areas. New concept that we're going with, and we'll have about 6 to 8 units that'll be available that will work with a program manager to develop that.
If I may.
You want that?
Yeah, just Madam Chair and Councilor Pena, I think it's important to put a fine point on something. And that is that over 80% of our units in the food and beverage packages alone are set to represent local businesses local brands, and local products, featured local products. And that's well above the national average. So from the very beginning, we've really defined our new food and beverage program, and the same will go for the retail program, as really heavily focused on ensuring that we are showcasing the local products and the local flavors of the state of New Mexico. So that's just something I really want to emphasize for you all. This is an opportunity to make that point.
So, Madam Chair, to say that, so I'm talking specifically about the owners of the business, not
Yes.
focusing on brands. So I just want to clarify what you're saying, because, you know, putting an emphasis on our brand could be somebody from out of state who says, well, I'm going to sell, you know, Albuquerque tortillas. But,
Sure.
so can you clarify?
I can. So there's several ways that local businesses can participate. They can operate their own units. So they'll have the opportunity to bid on all the packages. They can operate their own units. They can also enter into joint ventures with larger companies. And they can also license out their brand for larger companies to operate those units with their brand. One of the reasons why it's really important to have those kind of mechanisms is because the cost of operating in an airport is very high. The cost and complexity of operating an airport. And to do the build-outs is going to cost somewhere north of $1,000 per square foot. And so a small local business that only owns like maybe one or two restaurants in New Mexico is going to have a really hard time making that capital investment. And so that's why we have these opportunities for them to partner with large companies, whether it's a local large company or whether it's a large company from out of state.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but this is forcing more questions.
Okay, it's important.
So partnering with, you know, companies from out of state, when we have businesses there that are already locally owned, you know, seems like if there's not opportunities, so I don't know if maybe this is a question for Ms. Yara, but, you know, talk about like LIDA funds or small businesses. We've talked about how do we use LIDA funds to support smaller businesses rather than these big companies that come in and maybe leave after some time. But yeah, so I'm concerned. And what you're saying is concerning me more. But, you know, I just want to make sure that we protect the uniqueness of who we are and what we are.
Absolutely.
I think that's why people treasure where we're at. So I get concerned when I hear that, you know, potentially, you know, small companies can partner and sell their goods with national companies at our airport. So,
Understood.
thank you.
Thank you.
I had a presentation a while back, refresh my memory on what it was, but it was with a group that was going to potentially come in to be the larger national company that was going to put up the capital for the concessions in the airport and be able to partner with some of the local businesses. Does any of that ring a bell? I saw Mr. Melendrez nodding a little bit, so I think that I'm not, I hope I'm not totally in the dark, or am I not? Do you remember any of that? Yeah, sort of. See, it did happen. But does any of that ring a bell to you?
So we have had partnership meetings where we matched, we call it a matchmaking session. We had a couple of those for the local vendors to meet with the large partners if they wanted to partner up with them. We did have a few sessions on those lines. I'm not sure on that one, but we do know that we had some of the larger national vendors come in, like SSP, a few of the others that came into town wanting to meet people and everything and have discussions on their programs.
Okay, so do you know? Okay, if you can just hold off just for a second, I'll come back to you. Ms. Emilio, can you please help me look up that, she's already working on it. So we're gonna end up getting it back out to everybody later because it is something that I remember having a presentation and it seemed really cool because it was one of the larger investors that would come in and put up the capital in order to allow some of these local businesses to partner with them, but they had the money to do it and they had the money to refurbish it. So I will forward that information to all of you when I get it. And then the only other question that I have, and then I'll get to you, Councilor Sanchez, if you don't mind. Are sustainability clauses going to be included in any of the concession packages? How did you know?
Madam Chair,
Oh, you did ask someone? Oh, okay. Well, Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's along the same line as Counselor Peña's, and I just want to make sure that our money stays here. You know, New Mexico money, locals, that their money stays here and doesn't go back to another state. I think it's just really important for all of us as city councilors that, you know, that the money does stay here. I think it's important that we do everything we can to buy and use local and make sure that any of the money that's earned regenerates within our own system here in New Mexico. So that's just my concern as well.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, we're making every opportunity for the locals to get in, to be able to get into the concessions program at the airport. Most concession packages are usually 1 to 2. You'll have 2 large packages in order to get somebody to come in who can put that capital up. We have broken it out where we're given 5 packages so that we can get interest from the local. And we have restricted it where you can only do a maximum of 12 units. If you're to capture the 10, you can only get another 2 units out of this so that we can have it available to the local community to bid on these to ensure that.
Thank you. I found the answer to the question she asked earlier. I was writing it down, I just didn't realize it. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank
and
you.
For all you
Thank
do.
you so much.
All right. Mr. Cornelius.
Anyone that signed up to speak, Madam Chair, is no longer in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam
Councilor
Chair, I
Biebercorn.
just wanted to mention to the admin before we end, you know, I had quite a few questions at last week's hearing, and I have gotten none of the answers to them. And so I was just going to encourage folks to actually get answers back, because otherwise I'll just, you know, make assumptions, and I don't think anybody wants that. Thank you.
Mr. Soroso?
Madam Chair, Councilor Biebercorn, I wrote down, we've got your sustainability questions, and Kelsey is working on those. She'll get you answers for those.
Thank you, but
Absolutely.
those are not the questions that I asked at last week's budget hearings. I had questions and follow-ups were supposed to be brought to me from APD and from Arts and Culture, and I've heard from neither of those organizations or those departments.
Okay. We'll reach out and make sure we get you those as well as Monday's questions that I was responding to. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Davis, for your leadership. We'll be in touch.
And Chair Bassan, I just wanted
Yes.
to mention Lawrence Davis is also part of my department. I didn't recognize him earlier, of course. Thank you. Thanks, Lawrence.
All right, so moving on now. Agenda item A, R122 is establishing one-year objectives for the city of Albuquerque in fiscal year 2024 to meet 5-year goals. I move deferral to May 11th. Any questions? Counselors, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? Okay. R123 is appropriating funds for operating the government of the city of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2024, begin July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024, adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. I move a deferral to May 11th.
Second.
Second from Counselor Grout. Counselors? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes. With no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.